Good morning. I'm told we need, is this on? Yeah. I'm told we need an extra 5 minutes for the setup for some reason. So just continue to chat amongst yourself. morning. Sorry for the delay in starting. Is it loud? I know, really. That was an interesting ebb and flow of the noise. So, good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board. Today is October 5th at 9:09 a.m. and the meeting is called to order. With me to my left, Board Member Dee Diadamo. To my right, Board Members Tam Dodak and Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, do you want to introduce the folks that are assisting at a staff level today?
Thank you. To my left, Michael Laufer, Chief Counsel. To my right, John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputies. And assisting the board today are Janine Townsend and Marilyn Nishikawa.
Emergency evacuation procedures. Some of you, I could say, recite after me because you know it so well. But just for those who haven't been here for the building, just if you hear an emergency sound, go to the exit nearest you. You can see where they are now and take your friends and your stuff and proceed cautiously downstairs. If you need assistance, someone will help you to a protected area. We meet up in Cesar Chavez Park near 10th and J. If you want to wait with us, you'll hear when the all clear is and come back. The meeting is also being webcast and recorded, and so that means that you need to try and get close enough to the microphone that you can be heard, but not so close that it makes a staticky noise for the folks who are listening and recording. That's apparently quite annoying, so try and make sure it's being picked up. We can hear you if you're talking, but we want people on the webcast and in the back of the room to be able to hear you as well. And then, of course, as always, take a look at any of your noise-making devices, set them on silent, stun, or off so that you're not interrupting the meeting. If you have an incredibly funny ringtone, I will make an exception for you, but Tam will not. Our first item of business is the presentation of a Sustained Superior Accomplishment Awards, which are always great. So Cindy, take it away. Public comment second on my agenda, if that is okay. If you're in a rush, we can take it first. I did too, but then I decide on the script, so, okay.
Good morning, board members, and I'm thrilled with this opportunity to recognize one of our drinking water district engineers who has proved his worth over and over and over to the program. It's Oliver Pacifico, and he is the district engineer in our Santa Ana district office. And by way of background, he got his chemical engineering bachelor's degree from Cal Poly Pomona. He started in our San Bernardino office. He then transferred to our Los Angeles drinking water office, where he worked and got his master's in civil engineering from Loyola Marymount. He wasn't done. He went ahead and got his MPA from UC Riverside, and then he now is our district engineer in Santa Ana. One of the skill sets that Oliver has that is really unique and helps us immensely is, in addition to him being a terrific district engineer and knowing all the drinking water regulations, he also deals with the biggest recycling water districts in the state in Orange County, where we have multiple dual plumb buildings and a lot of recycling efforts. He has this innate, unique ability to understand what kind of data systems would really help us do our job better and be more productive. And so Oliver, since October of 2012, took it upon himself to take an annual report that was turned in hard copy to us every year since the year I came on board, and made it an electronic document that the water systems send in to us. And we quickly recognized the power of this electronic submission, in that we could actually collect information for Department of Water Resources who wanted production and consumption information. We could then target getting water rate information, which ultimately now is going to better inform us on our AB 401 efforts. And so Oliver's the guy who speaks drinking water and translates it to the IT folks in what we need in the way of code. He also has a staff person in the Santa Ana office who figured out that while we feed this federal database, it's called SWRCB, with all of our drinking water information, we couldn't get anything out of it. We could never see, we fed the beast, but we couldn't see it. Oliver and one of his staff members put together something that's called Drinking Water Watch, and it allows us to pull the information out of SWRCB, and you can look up any water system and immediately see how many service connections it has, what the population is, what kind of sources it has. We now have the consumer confidence reports tied into it. You can do almost anything with Drinking Water Watch and look now at the data. There's also a public version of it that has been put together, and we find that all the other state agencies and people who are interested in the drinking water systems can use Drinking Water Watch and pull that information
That's
out.
great.
So because of that, we have a Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award for Oliver, and I'm very pleased to be able to award this to him today. And I don't know, is it protocol for him to come up and say a few words?
Oh, that'd be great.
All right. Please come up. And with Oliver is Sean McCarthy. I don't want to forget that Sean is our section chief over the South Coastal region. So he is now Oliver's boss, and they came up for this. So I'm very pleased. Here you go, Oliver. Thanks.
Thank you. That's great.
Pacifico. His last name is Pacifico. Did I neglect to say that? I'm sorry. Oliver
think you-
Pacifico.
Yeah. Great. You may have earned yourself another trip here to demonstrate that website for us as an
thank-
information item at a meeting. It's great.
I'll be happy to. And then if we have much to say other than thank you, and I'm looking forward to doing more good work. Thank you.
Thank you for the great work. That's fabulous. We need to do a picture. Now you have to come back. Yeah. Take him though. Yeah, right. They can take him. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, that's a nice way to start the day. Okay, we're now on to the public forum part of the meeting, which is where anyone who wants to speak to us on an item that is not on the board's agenda can have a few minutes to do so. We have one comment, which is Libby Removec. Thank you for coming back again. I'm looking forward to an update. I'm sorry, I don't know that we have folks here who can give us an update at the same time. We might want to choreograph that because I know folks are looking into it, but please.
I would love to hear that, and that was much better than going after the lawyer / politician that I had to listen to last time I was here. That's I hope it includes the water districts, what she was talking about, that water watch.
Yeah, it should be, yeah.
Because a lot of times they leave out the districts and they forget that there's an irrigation district.
Yeah. If they deliver drinking water, they would be in there.
Okay, thank you. I am here to update you on the City of Beaumont. Last night, the City of Beaumont had a council meeting in which they presented a feasibility study of whether they're going to go it alone and completely rebuild their facility, their recycled water and sewer facility, or if they're going to join up with UKIPA. The report was so flawed and so skewed that Joe Zoba from UKIPA and Eric Fraser from the Water District didn't even bother to show up. It didn't even include the Water District. And when they were asked, why didn't you include the Water District in this? They said, well, we don't think they're, involved. The Water District owns the water that produces the sewage, and the Water District owns the recycled pipes. They have to be included. The bottom line is that city has funneled $70 million out of the water, that sewer, and they're going to keep doing it. They do not have the money to do anything. What I brought you is, I brought you the sewer feasibility study. Last month, they had a catastrophic failure on one of their lift stations. All 4 pumps on the Mesa lift station failed at one time. And what happened is that when you go back, you can go back for the last 10 years. Every couple years, it comes up on the council agenda to approve a new pump for the lift station, but they never put it in. They just steal the money. So now what I'm trying to tell you is this place is in ruins. The state has to step in and cannot wait. The Santa Ana board did issue an investigative order because the report that the city turned in did not include, for their capacity violation, did not include business and industry. And the reason it didn't is because the city does not have a permit, an MPDES permit for business and industry sewage. That's why it's been left out of the reports for 20 years. I brought you the Title 22 engineering report that they did, $4.4 million before they can test for Title 22 compliance because they have to build the facilities. They never put the infrastructure in. But last month on September 6th, the city's problem is they collect mitigation fees from the developers and then they just deposit them in the general fund and they spend it. So last 2 years ago, they had a 2001 sewer bond that was called after I showed the state and feds that they had stolen all the money and never built the facility. So they called that bond and they took $5 million out of the CFDs, the Melrose bond fund accounts, to pay for it. So on September 6th, they did a transfer to take $5 million from the sewer fund through the CFDs and put it in the general fund. And the council says to him, what does that leave in the sewer fund to build the $70 million recycled and brine line? It left $834,000. That's what they have in there. But the joke is the $5 million was illegally collected. They illegally imposed a fee, an extra fee against Prop 18, no voter approval, specifically to build the infrastructure. And which means that's restricted funds. They can't use it for anything but those infrastructure, and they've transferred it to the general fund. So I brought you that. I brought you a claim that Party Homes has filed against the city because what the city does and has done for 20 years is they trade mitigation fees for bond debt. They take the mitigation fees from the developers and then they acquire Melrose bond debt and repay the developers their mitigation fees. So the developers never complain that there's no recycled water or fire stations or roads because they got their money back and the stuff is never built. But now they can't get bonds because I've stopped that. And now Pardee is suing them for $2.8 million because the city makes them pay the mitigation fees before they will release the houses. So this is a catastrophe waiting to happen. They have until October 10th, which is, 5 more days, to come up with a plan to pay back the Western Riverside Council of Government $65 million. And they have zero in contingency. They have no plan to pay it out. When the councilmen ask their financial consultants, what they're told is, well, it doesn't come out of the general fund. So it still has to come out. They stole that money. It has to come out. But I want to talk to you about your staff. 2012, Judy Bingham, yes, you. 2012, Judy Bingham was fined by the water board and the county. The county came on her property and told her that they had the right to come on her property without a warrant, and I need to just one more minute, okay? They fined her and made her put up. They fined her MPDES fines and penalties and made her put up on her farm her own like recycled water thing because they said she was polluting the creek, not the sewer plant that's on the other side of the creek, but it was the Bingham's property polluting the creek. What the Binghams do is have a wholesale plant nursery. They pump the water from the ground and they water plants. They're not producing, or you know what I'm saying? They're not manufacturing anything. 2 problems with this. First of all, before your staff could drive to Judy Bingham's property to attack her, they had to drive past the industry. They had to drive past those buildings. How did they not see any industry and commercial when they had to drive past it to go after Judy? And it turns out that the Mike Laura, the mayor of Beaumont, is also the director of building and safety that sent his employee out. That's how dirty this city is. Now you tell me how the director of building and safety that's over MPDES compliance did not realize that his own hometown was in violation of having industrial. Not possible. Because let me tell you, first thing you do is Google your own little town. When you are looking up something, you say, hey, what's my town doing? It's not possible he didn't know that. And I also put an email in here from Truck Griffin. Judy asked him plainly, is the city Title 22 compliant? And he says, wow, no one's ever asked that before. No one's ever put it that way. I don't know. Well, we'll check. We'll see. Run around. But this has to stop. And you guys have got to step in. That city is never going to build that plant. They are always going to steal that money. They just can't help themselves. Even their own consultant said at the end, Fraser and Joba won't show up because you always back out of everything. You always cheat them. You always lie. And your employees were there. Hope Smite was there, and that Mohammed Basheen was there last night. They witnessed it. That city acted like, everyone's stealing from them, and, they're being ripped off. And honestly, they don't even know the difference between sewer and water. They start talking about how we have to hold on to our water. We're talking about a sewer plant. Not, they're not going to vote to turn it over to Yucaipa and the Water District. And it just has to happen. You guys have got to step in.
All right, thank
I
you.
mean, it's not that your staff hasn't done it, but there's no reason to wait until 2018 when they can't get any money. And it's, that Mesa lift station, let me tell you, those engineers in that town flipped out for that to, be a catastrophic failure, and they just blew it off.
Well, I know because you've been here that folks have looked into it.
They have.
And we can't have a conversation about whatever enforcement or anything might be happening, but do you mind giving that to Mr. Bishop? Because Mr. Bishop's going to be in charge of pulling together both sides of the house with the regional board and the financial folks to figure out what we can do, what we need to look at, what our options are, and the like.
I appreciate
And
that. The thing is, the Beaumont can't get debt. They haven't had a financial audit in 3 years. They can't produce it because they forged their documents. But at least Zoba and Fraser at the Water District in Yucaipa, they can get financing. They could get state and federal funds to do this project. But, they refuse to deal with Beaumont because you can't deal with Beaumont. They just steal, Thank you so much.
Did you want to ask a question?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, I just wanted to add that thank you for your periodic updates and for being here. I know the last time you were here, I was in contact with the executive director for the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board, and he provided an update with respect to the board's involvement in this. And so I just wanted to share, you probably already are aware of this, but for my fellow board members, that they did have an informational item in July, and it's supposed to be on their agenda. I just pulled up, the agenda is not yet posted for October, but I was informed that the board asked for it to come back as an information item at their October meeting.
They imposed an investigative order on it, but you brought something else up, Hasim Bakah. When Judy Bingham went to that, you recognize that name? He was the manager at the La Homa plant, at the La Homa site, Aaron Brockovich, when all of that went on. When he left there, he hooked up with Beaumont, and we can't chase him away. The council has voted to not hire him. They have fired him. They have fired Urban Logic. And he showed up at that board meeting, the water board meeting last month. We know he's still on the payroll. So last night, Webb and Associates is there, and Judy Bingham asked him plainly, do you have Hasim Bakah on your payroll? And he's given this whole hub. He's not working on this project. He's not working on this project. Hassam Bakih is still forging those documents for the city of Beaumont, and that has to stop. That board knows that he's the one doing it. That is the connection. And you can't trust anything coming out of that city because they've been forging these documents for years. But he's got to go. That council has voted not to have him there anymore, and they just keep hiding him. and keeping him in there because he's the connection that pushes those documents through to the board. You've got to get that man out of there. And, you know, you've got to tell your board they can't accept his documents. And I believe he's going through Webb and Associates. Okay?
Thank you. All right. Next, we have the minutes of the September 20th board meeting, and I will entertain a motion.
I'll move adoption.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Let the record show that I abstained on this item.
All right, that's right. Thank you. All right, items 2 and 3 are uncontested. Are they still uncontested? All right, as interesting as they are, do I have a motion?
I so moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much, staff. I know folks did hard work on that. Hope you don't take our moving quickly as any kind of reflection on not caring. We care deeply, but we're going to move on. Information item number 4 is our regular drought update. This is our internal drought update? Okay, no special guests? No special guests. All right, good.
Good morning, Board Marcus and board members. My name is Rich Sikowski, an engineer with the Division of Water Rights. And to my left is Diane Riddle, as you know, the program manager for the Bay Delta and hearings section. So we have as far as on the Bay Delta side, we have a very brief update. Waiting for the PowerPoint to come up. So the one item that we did want to just give you an update on again is the temperature-related items, actions on the Sacramento River. Just real briefly, in July, the board submitted its final temperature management plan to the executive director for approval, and the executive director sent a reclamation letter essentially approving the plan, but with some provisions. And the two of the important provisions was to have weekly monitoring of the Shasta temperature profiles, along with weekly checks to ensure sufficient cold water is maintained. And as of July 28th, Reclamation had reported more cold water than had been projected. In August,
Good news for a change.
that is good news. Reclamation asked the Shasta Water Interagency Management Team to consider an additional release of flows above what was in the management plan of about 500 cubic feet per second. In August, the NIMS, the DFW and board staff concurred with that. The last time we were here presenting to you, we had mentioned that as of September 1st, Reclamation stated that they may ask the SWIM team, the Shasta Water Interagency Management Team, to consider an additional release of 500 cubic feet per second for September. And after more consideration and more analysis, Reclamation did not make the request, so they were able to save that water in Shasta. So this is the Shasta isothermal bath, the latest one that we have, and again, the trend has been following. There is quite a bit of cold water, and to put it in perspective, as of September 26th, there is 325,000 acre feet of cold water. That's the cold water defined as less than 49 degrees. This is up from 310,000 from last week. And that's all I had on the Bay Delta side.
I have a question. So as far as Reclamation not moving forward with the request, I wish they could be here to speak for themselves, but could you opine as to the reason? Did it have something to do with the issue that we talked about last time about the tides and increased salinity and the difficulty for them to even take advantage of those additional flows?
I believe it's a combination of things. It was those tides and salinities, but they were also able to meet their delivery commitments with the water they had. Plus, I think an overarching situation or consideration definitely was to make sure there was sufficient cold water this year after, of course, the 2 really bad years we've had recently, and to be extra cautious with their water supplies.
What is pumping at right now?
Pumping as of, I believe as of a meeting yesterday, pumping from the Delta was around 6,000 or 7,000 cubic feet per second.
So the Bureau will be here at the next update, the Bureau and the department, and they can provide a little more information about their water supply planning related to their releases. I think it's part of their own plan. I don't think there hasn't been much discussion of the issue of additional releases since it was first brought up in August. So it hasn't been, I don't think it was an agency interaction issue that prevented them from making the request. It was an internal planning issue for the department and the Bureau, which they can speak to next time that they're here. I think for us to talk about it is somewhat speculative.
When they come, and we talked about this at some length last time, but if you can have them come prepared to give an update on that whole dynamic of also managing the flows on the Sacramento, both for winter run, cold water pool, but also anticipating the fall run coming up for the commercial fisheries and figuring out how to, that complex of managing the river so you're not having it too high and having the eggs laid too high that you can't sustain over time. That whole thing is fascinating. So if we can...
Yeah, and that's actually the primary issue that's being looked at right now is this issue of getting flows down to a sustainable level for fall run. And the Bureau is actually, in favor of that activity for whatever water supply reasons. They're in favor of dropping the releases in order to both for their water supply planning purposes, I think, and as well as for fall run considerations. So that's the primary discussion point at our swim team meetings recently. The other issue that the projects will come in and talk about is we've asked them to give a brief summary of the beginning efforts for planning for next year, which we had a brief discussion this week on that. I think those are going to be ongoing as we move forward, but everyone is thinking about, we don't know if we're out of the woods yet on drought-related issues and the need to continue to plan for those moving forward.
All right. Anything else?
Yep. Good morning, board members, Chair Marcus. My name is Damon Badial. I'm the senior engineer over the Cleanup and Abatement Account Unit in the Division of Financial Assistance. And I'm here to give you an update on the emergency drought funding that we administered in the last month. Wait for the slides to come up. And here's just a quick status of the 2 funding sources that we're administering currently. Under the SB 826 drought funding, we've committed about $1.3 million to 7 projects in total this fiscal year. And for the CAA, the contamination set aside, we've committed already about 1/3 of the funding just in the last 2 months to about 12 projects. For a total of 19 projects altogether this fiscal year, and committing $2.5 million.
I'm assuming you have a lot in the pipeline.
Well, not under the drought, actually, we only have 2 pending projects currently. That's because we actually approved 3 new ones this month. But under the contamination, there's quite a bit. So under the SBA 26 funding, like I said, there's 2 pending projects requesting a total of about $65,000 currently, and we approved 3 projects for a total dollar value of about $572,000. One of the first projects that we approved is $12,000 roughly for hauled water and balled water to Peak Mountain Charter School in Kern County, and that was the result of a dry well. And $70,000 roughly for well rehabilitation to Madera County Department of Public Works on behalf of the Easton Arcola Maintenance District 36, and that was due to a drop in their water well levels. And $490,000 we recently approved a few days ago to Cobb Area County Water District for a replacement tank that was damaged during the Valley Fire. And on the contamination side of things, so we have 5 pending projects currently requesting just close to about $500,000, and we approved 6 new projects this past month. And there was 3 oral requests that came in and 3 were formal, and I'll first go over the oral requests. We approved $15,000 for balled water to Lake Shasta Pines RV Park and Campground due to possible bacteria in their storage tank and their water supply. And $10,000 oral request to Mariposa Unified School District on behalf of Kathy's Valley Elementary School. We provided them with hauled water due to nitrate contamination in their well. And $13,000 for balled water to Sanger Unified School District on behalf of Centerville Elementary School, and that was due to lead contamination. And the 3 formal requests, $75,000 went to Colusa County Waterworks District Number 1 on the behalf of the community of Grimes. We provided them with balled water due to arsenic contamination in their water supply. And $57,000 roughly was used to for an interconnection between the Indio Water Authority and the Bodell Heights community due to perchlorate in their wells. And lastly, $156,000 for balled water to City of San Joaquin on behalf of 4 schools due to manganese contamination in the city's water supply. Oops. And this is a slide that you've seen before.
Mr. Bedell, thank you very much. If we go through those contaminated water projects, most of them are temporary, either bottled water or hauled water. But the intertie pipeline is more of a, might say, a long-term solution. Are long-term solutions being worked on in the other 5 temporary drinking water?
Yes, in majority of the cases, the applicants are working on a SRF, drinking water SRF application. They're currently, most of them are in the planning stages, so it will take some time, a few years before they implement their long-term solution, but they are being worked on the side.
Thanks.
Yeah. So this map just kind of gives you an overview of our State Water Board's drought emergency response in the last 2 years, incorporating the new projects that we just funded. We've got a total project tally of about 158 projects, and we've committed $30 million roughly. And that's the end of my presentation, unless you have any other questions.
Just one, because I know we have, are these all the projects over the past 2 years or a subset of the projects?
So this map right here includes several funding sources. It includes the Public Water System Drought Emergency Response Program that CDPH used to manage, but then it was transferred over to the State Water Board. And it also includes the AB 91 funding from the last year, from 2015. And it encompasses...
Doesn't seem like it adds up to everything we've spent out of every pot, and I
No,
realize it's managed in different parts of the water board, and so I really appreciate this, but for me, it's more helpful if, I'm speaking collectively, if we put them in their place and then we can see what it is, because I know more money in this has gone out the door over
Right.
the past few years. Like, where does Porterville fit into this? Is it in this at all?
That would be in this.
This is in this one.
Yeah, because partially it was funded with emergency funds, so it would be accounted for in here. So this is strictly just for emergency funding.
Oh, that's right, because we have all of our SRF and
Right,
other
that's
grant
not included in
funding.
here because that's more
Right.
long-term.
So
yeah.
that's a distinction that is important to us in how we manage the funding. But in the broader sense of what's going on out there,
Right.
it's not. That's all. I just want that distinction to be made when you do it, because I
Okay.
want people to think this is all we're doing.
Understood.
Because this is fantastic, but it's not all we're doing.
Right.
So
That's
that's
right.
just really important. You have to think, not you, I'm not talking to you, but I'm talking to everybody who prepares for this. You have to do presentations the way a regular person is going to hear it, because we're speaking not just to us, you're speaking to the
Right.
world. But this is very good. It's not a critique of what you
Okay.
presented. For the board as a whole, we need to present, even if we don't present on the rest of it, we need to signpost that this is a subset.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's interesting, just the geographic distribution of the drought emergency funding
Right.
in the last 2 years. This shows that every part of the state has been affected.
That's interesting. Great. Thank you. I know people are working their hearts out on this stuff.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thanks very, very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is combined our usual emergency water conservation regulation update plus an update on the executive order efficiency effort that many are involved in. Oh, wait, no, I take it back. Don't all go away. I have a speaker card. Mr. Woodling, yeah, I figured you were here for the next item, but then I realized that this was here now. Okay, so I'll give you an extra minute when you get up the next time. Maybe you can have like 3 more minutes. If you're amusing, can you do that for me? All right. I know you can do it.
We're gathering name tags. We'll be with you in a second.
That's right. Again, it's for the webcast, so it's important.
Yeah. That's somewhere where there is not a drought problem. All right. So we'll begin. Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members, Max Gomberg with the Office of Research Planning and Performance, leading the urban water conservation efforts. Here to do a 2-part presentation today. First, we're going to start with our monthly update on the urban water conservation results. And then after we finish that, we'll call up our partner agencies in implementation of Governor Brown's executive order on water use efficiency, drought planning, and conservation, and go into that. So it'll be a 1-2 punch today. So we're going to start with our monthly update. To my left is Yelena Hartman, who's going to give the update, accompanied by Jasmine Oaxaca from the Office of Enforcement.
Thank you, Max. Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Jasmine and I are presenting August 2016 conservation results, which have been posted and are available on our web conservation portal. And we have now 15 months of mandatory water conservation and a total of 27 months of water production reports available to us to provide kind of like a broader context for our August 2016 conservation results. The key numbers are we had a statewide percent reduction from August 2013 baseline of 17.7%, which brings us to 15-month cumulative savings of 23.3%, or about 2 million acre-feet of water. This is near 660 billion gallons saved in the last 15 months, and that is enough water savings to provide water for more than a quarter of California's population for 1 year. As we've wrapped up the water year on September 30th, our savings are also now having a broader context of how important it is to save. And in this past water year, this is not a new figure. It's very similar to what we've showed a couple of months ago. Northern California received just about average, above maybe 15-16% above average, and Southern California well below. And while the entire California is in some sort of drought by the metric of unmanaged drought that the U.S. Drought Monitor gives us weekly, we have 40% of the state in exceptional and extreme drought, which is in Southern California mostly. Just to give us really a broad framework of how our conditions of the last 4 or 5 years of drought fit into what we've had since 2000. This tracker of drought shows really, it's nothing that we don't already know, but it really brings a new meaning.
Quite a graphic. Thank you.
Yeah, it's more than 870 weeks of reports from the U.S. Drought Monitor plotted in one chart. And it really puts a fine point on how important it is what we've done in the last 15 months. And this chart shows the 15 months of the water conservation since the emergency water conservation regulation went into effect. Purple bars show monthly conservation compared to the 2013 baseline, and the orange line are cumulative savings since this effort started in June 2015. All the way to the right, we, as discussed, have 17.7% savings for August 2016, and how that fits into what we've done since emergency regulation went into effect. August is when the savings start to tick down a bit, because as we head into the end of the summer and fall, it is starting to get a little bit more difficult to conserve water. But we've had average statewide per capita use for residents in California of 114 gallons. And this is really down from 143 that we had in 2013. But it is greater than 102 RGPCD of August 2015. So it's about 10-12% greater than what was per capita use last August. This uptick in water production, comparing August 2016 to August 2015, 2015 is shown in orange bars, and blue bars to the right show the water production this past August, and we do see that that production went up. All of the hydrologic regions in California went up in production compared to last year. Because of the rounding, maybe not all of the bars show that. Map of California to the right shows residential gallons per capita per day averaged for each of the hydrologic regions, and the orange circle shows last August, so August 2015, and then the blue circle shows the change that we've had this August compared to last year. And so a couple of things really can be noted on this chart. The first one is, well, RGPCD varies across the hydrologic regions. Some regions use more and others use a lot less. And then the other one is how much the use went up this August compared to 2015. And in some regions, the change was relatively small, but because there is a large population in that region, the total water production increase is greater than in hydrologic regions that maybe had per capita increase that's greater, but there are fewer people in that hydrologic regions.
I think, can we linger on this chart for a while? As you know, I love this chart. And I love that you put them both on the same slide, because it tells that, as you're thinking about it, tells that picture. Obviously, South Coast and whatever they do has a tremendous impact on the overall total, and we get the overall number based on the total production divided. So they go up a little, and that's a lot of water, and it can make them look worse than perhaps they should. I'm not defending anybody. It's just trying to look at the data. But then you look at how much less South Coast uses per capita, and it tells you it's a little harder for them to save because they've already cut out a lot of the extraneous, which doesn't mean everybody can't keep saving because there's plenty of water waste out there. But it just tells you a fairer picture, which gets back to where we were also a couple of years ago, which is you need to look at the percentages, but you also need to look at them with an eye towards the individual water use, which gives you an indication of many things. Sometimes it's income level, but it gives you an indication of frequently of level of effort over the past couple of decades. We do know from the conversations we had, some of the inland areas are a lot hotter and drier, and so the evapotranspiration difference is there, but these are pretty big differences. And so I just think it's important for folks to look at the data and see where we are. One of the things I look at when I went through the charts, and I haven't gone through them exhaustively, that are online to see what's going on and where's the drop or where's the uptick in water use. And what I see is a very mixed picture, that you have some communities continuing to conserve a lot and continuing their messaging, and then you have some places seemingly not aware that we're in a drought or obviously needing regulation to get them to do something. And there are some communities, including in this area, they're back up over 500 gallons per person per day. And there's a story there. I'm not going to just say, like, what's up? What's the problem there? But it's a question. And you look at some of these communities, and a lot of them are more well-to-do communities with big lawns, I think. And but then the question becomes, did they stop messaging, or what's happening? Because there's a kind of a fairness issue or an optics issue for them that I think we actually have to take a look at. And I encourage folks who are following this to actually look at the numbers on the chart and see what you see. You're going to see some people that are using a lot of water, but they're still conserving a lot off where they are. That's not saying, get a medal for that, but it tells a different story than some of the communities that have dropped down to even below 10% and are using a lot of water, which means saving more would be a lot easier for them, like Malibu. Compare Malibu and Beverly Hills. Everybody liked to pick on Beverly Hills in the beginning, but Beverly Hills is using less than half what Malibu is per capita. So what's happening there? And the stories are legion. I pulled out 10 or 15 where I'd want to know the questions. And we're not asking folks to stay where they were when we had the worst snowpack in 500 years, but we have asked people, and people assured us they would continue some level of conservation. What that right level is hard to pin, but if you actually look at the numbers, it raises more questions than it answers. I'm curious as to any of your thoughts on it. I mean, we're at yellow alert. I'm not ready to go to red alert until we figure out the details.
No, and I think that's a really good point. We do need to figure out the details and really ask the question of what's been happening in some of these communities. Is it a lack of continued messaging? Is there some other circumstance that's caused water use to tick up? Was it rules that were relaxed? What happened and what's been happening? And sort of understand that, particularly as we look ahead to January, when we'll be back before you with a proposal for extending the emergency regulations yet again, barring a deluge of epic proportions beginning soon, that fills everything up and puts our snowpack way above where it's been by mid-January. It's unlikely. So as we're looking at what the next iteration should be, we're going to look at the water supply conditions, the precip, the snowpack, but we're also going to look at how well communities are doing in trying to fashion something that will be then in effect through the end of next year.
Do you have any thoughts on how you'd be analyzing it? Because I think one of the challenges, we provided for this flexibility. It was requested, and it seemed to make a lot of sense, although we didn't know how it would play out. Kind of had a feeling that it may not go so well in some communities, but we didn't know exactly where. And so now you've got a task over the next few months to try and figure out how to assess that in light of the fact that it's no longer even close to a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah, and we will come back with ideas in the coming months. I think we're at the beginning stages of that assessment right now.
It's interesting, and it's easy to jump on anecdotes, but I think about, I won't name it, one agency in particular that was sort of encouraging people to use more water, and I know other water agencies told them to cut it out, which is interesting, but they don't use very much water at all. So either their community didn't listen to them because they were in the spirit of conservation, or what's a lot to somebody is clearly a lot less than it is to others. So there are a bunch of stories here, and we'll have to ferret them out before we jump to conclusions. I mean, folks are still conserving, which is great, and the percentages are going to start to drop. The cumulative percentage still above 20%, which is nice in the absence of state imposed, but by the same token, a lot of locals are continuing great messaging and programs, and some maybe not. So
this is not a wholesale drop-off in conservation,
no.
So that's important.
Yeah. Very interesting. All right, sorry, I interrupted you, but I need the wallet card of this one. I'm going to print it out. Because it illustrates an important point.
Those were really excellent points, and this slide pretty much goes along the same line, which is there has been a variety of effort and variety of achieved success, and the pie chart summarizes monthly water savings in August 2016 that was achieved by a number of suppliers, and we've had more than 50% of suppliers who reported in August 2016 save between 10 and 20%. And 37% of all suppliers who reported saved more than 20%. And so remembering that a large proportion of these suppliers passed their stress test and essentially have no mandated savings compared to 2013, this is remarkable. We do have suppliers that have had a slip in savings. Some are saving more than what they saved in August 2015. So it's really a mix of individual stories. We do have a number of suppliers that have not used less water than what they used in 2013. And it's a story of 8 different circumstances. So we are looking at those and all the other suppliers. And Jasmine will follow up with the Office of Enforcement update.
Thank you. Board members, Chair Marcus. So a brief update from our Office of Enforcement. This month we are following up with 2 suppliers that are missing 2 or more monthly data submittals. I want to stress that continued submittal of this data is extremely important, not only for evaluating our conservation progress statewide since the drought began, but also for future decision making, especially as we look towards the long-term conservation regulations. For the 9 information orders issued in response to inadequate self-certification submittals, we have received all of that information and our review is near completion. With the June conservation standards in effect now, compliance continues to be assessed each month. Last month we issued several notices of violation and information orders to suppliers who were out of compliance with the June conservation standards, and that information has been received and we're reviewing it now. We'll be scheduling follow-up meetings with some of these suppliers to discuss in more detail and offer compliance assistance as needed.
In those cases, there's some that had percent reduction requirements from 2013, but maybe are there any that had a 0% threshold?
Yes.
So is it a mixture of
It's a
those?
mixture of those who did not self-certify and those who did.
Are they big or small? I think I'm remembering.
I think they tend to be smaller.
They're mostly small. The 8 that are below 2013 levels they're small and they have some unique circumstances.
Right.
But the pool of those that have not complied with the June conservation standard, are they big and small, or?
They're mostly small and medium-sized.
Okay.
So we have 3 categories now of suppliers, right? We have the biggest category that elected to complete the stress test and pass the stress test and have no state mandate. There are those that elected to complete the stress test and determine that they do have a shortage, so that's their mandate. And then those that did not elect to go through the self-certification stress test exercise and maintain what they had back from March, so that they still have those percentages in place. So it's sort of a combination between those 3 groups.
Right. So based on the information we've received, we'll be working more with them, and a few of them are already under conservation or alternative compliance orders as well. As mentioned last month, I was happy to report that we have now met with all 17 suppliers under conservation or alternative compliance orders. And based on our discussions, we decided to rescind 9 of the orders. We amended 2 of them, and that left 8 remaining in effect through January 2017. And overall, I wanted to reiterate how pleased we were that in general, suppliers were very cooperative with us. They valued our feedback, and they genuinely wanted to conserve more. Suppliers had made improvements in their conservation programs and are committed to making conservation a way of life in their communities. 3 supplemental environmental projects are underway, and those are being tracked monthly. And lastly, I wanted to note that we will soon be starting outreach to over 2,000 small water suppliers as a reminder that they have a report due in December 2016, and we'll try to help them navigate that process, filling out the form. So I will now pass it back to Max, who will talk about our next steps.
So as we discussed, we'll be continuing to look at the conservation levels as we head into the cooler months, and we do expect them to drop, but hopefully not too much. And through the Office of Enforcement, follow up with individual water suppliers, to see what's going on, and offered that compliance assistance, as Jasmine mentioned. And then we're, really going to be urging all the water suppliers to maintain their conservation messaging, particularly now that we're in the shift in seasons where people can cut back on the irrigation as temperatures fall. Hopefully we begin to get some precipitation. It's also a great time to switch out landscaping for lower water use landscaping. So that continued messaging is really important. And then in terms of just highlighting some of the stories and the differences that you mentioned, Chair Marcus, with some of the suppliers really keeping up just fantastic levels of conservation. We've got some of those listed for those following along on our press release and our fact sheet that are up on the web. So those are some good examples for people to look at.
That's great. I think I was going through and we highlighted the folks who are well over 200 per capita and less than 20% conservation, where you see somebody's using a lot more and they're only saving 10% off a huge number. If you guys can check in to see what it is they're doing. I mean, it's not a zillion of them, but to see have they continued their conservation campaigns and they're just not working for some reason, or have they dropped them entirely, would be helpful. But I appreciate also, it is really, today I'm sort of worried about what I see in some places. Overall, we do see an incredible response to this on the part of California, and so I really like highlighting the conservation successes too, even as we wonder about the places that seem to be, taking a turn away from where the rest of us are.
Absolutely, and it's a sustained response over, more than a year now, and hopefully we won't have to sustain it too much longer, but we never know what the winter's going to bring, so we've got to be prepared and keep conserving.
All right. Thank you all for the great work. I know it's been a mind-numbing amount of work, and I appreciate both the intellect and the heart you brought to it. Thank you.
And it seems that you come up with a new way to visually display data each month too.
Yeah, that's great.
The little concentric circles was a very illuminating from a per capita use basis. So thanks for continuing to improve in that art of technical information display.
Thank you, Board Member Moore. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to invite our state agency partners that are working with the board on implementing the executive order up, and we're going to give a presentation on work to implement that executive order.
Great.
So we've got today, I believe, representatives from the Department of Water Resources, the Department of Food and Agriculture. We may have a representative from the Energy Commission, as well as the California Public Utilities Commission. So this is a big multi-agency effort that's going on here.
That's great.
Do we have Sean, your Energy Commission? Yeah. So as Max said, this will be an update on the Governor's executive order making conservation California way of life, which was issued in May. That executive order, really the focus is doubling down and building off the state's success with water use efficiency and water conservation. It includes a number of directives to the agencies that Max mentioned, the 5 state agencies, and we're working together, and we've got this multi-agency panel here today. Some of the key directives within the executive order are establishing new water use targets that are designed to achieve greater efficiency than those that have been realized under the 20 by 2020 targets, to develop new and more robust urban water management and agricultural water management planning requirements, and to reduce water waste, including making some of the water uses that are prohibited under the emergency regulation permanent. So today on our panel we have Diana Brooks. She's the chief of the Water Use Efficiency branch at the Department of Water Resources. We've also got Peter Brostrom with Department of Water Resources. He's a program manager in the Water Use Efficiency branch. Kent Frame, also with DWR, another program manager. With the California Energy Commission, we've got Sean Stephenson, an engineer, and then Terrence Shia, who's a program and project supervisor for the Water Division with the California Public Utilities Commission. And then Ami Gunasakara, apologies if I didn't get that pronunciation right. He's a science advisor to Secretary Ross, and he's the manager for the Office of Environmental Farming and Innovation with California Department of Food and Agriculture. And of course, we've got Max Gomberg with the board, who will be leading off the panel presentation. We'll be providing...
I want to say, that was great. It was almost like a game show when you just explained like who was here, and I keep thinking, oh my God, with all of these departments here at one time, can I add 15 things to the agenda? And then we'll just, this is wonderful. Thank you all for coming.
Yes, thank you. So we'll be providing an overview of sort of the content of the executive order, the proposed actions that the state agencies will be taking to implement the executive order, the timelines and next step, which are critical really, because as you recall, there are a number of substantial deliverables in the executive order with a January 10th, 2017 deadline, which is very much a challenge, but it's a good challenge. And then, of course, we'll have an opportunity for public comment. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Max, and we'll go through the panel presentation.
Great, thanks, Eric. So just before I hand it off to my colleagues here, the executive order, as Eric said, really is about a broader long-term framework for conservation, efficiency, drought planning across the state, but it also ties into the work that we've been doing on these emergency regulations, and indeed the executive order specifically directs the board to be prepared come January to extend the emergency regulations yet again if conditions warrant. So there is an interrelationship, and it really is all part and parcel of our overall drought response and need for making conservation a California way of life. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Diana Brooks from the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you, Max. Good morning, Chairman Marcus and board members. We're going to start out our presentation here with an overview of what's in the executive order. As Max just said, it is the executive order on making conservation a California way of life, and it's divided into 4 main sections: using water more wisely, eliminating water waste, strengthening local drought resilience, and improving agricultural water use and efficiency and drought planning. The first one, to use water more wisely, has 3 directives, and as Max just mentioned, the first one is adjusting the emergency conservation regulations to develop a proposal to achieve the mandatory reduction that builds off the previous 25% conservation targets that you set. The second one is to set new water use targets by basing them on strengthened standards for indoor water use, outdoor water use, water loss, and the commercial, industrial, and institutional sector. And we're going to be going into more of this on each of the subsequent presentations, but this is a key element of the executive order. And the third directive in this section is to require DWR and the Water Board to permanently institute the monthly reporting from suppliers on water use conservation and enforcement. So those are the use water more wisely directives. Under eliminate water waste, there's 4 directives. The first one directs the Water Board to permanently prohibit practices that waste water. You've done that during the drought emergency, so that makes that permanent, and I know there's be more about that. It directs that we should work together to minimize system leaks. It directs DWR and the Water Board to accelerate data collection and to direct water suppliers to accelerate data collection, improve management, and prioritize capital projects to reduce water waste. And it directs the CEC to certify innovative water conservation and water loss detection and control technologies that also increase energy efficiency. In the next section, strengthening local drought resilience, there are 2 main directives, or 3, but the 2 of them are the essence of it. The DWR is directed to strengthen the requirements for the urban water shortage contingency plans. We are looking at including adequate actions to respond to a drought of at least 5 years or more frequent and severe droughts.
As compared to the current 3-year metric we've been looking at today.
Yeah.
That's good.
And it's also looking at creating common standards, and Kent will be talking more about this. The second main directive there is that there are areas of the state that are not covered by a water shortage contingency plan, which is for the urban water suppliers that serve greater than 3,000 customers, that DWR will work with the counties to facilitate improved drought planning for small water suppliers and rural communities. The fourth main area in the executive order is improving agricultural water use efficiency and drought planning. In this area, it calls upon CDFA and DWR to update existing requirements for agricultural water management plans, specifically to quantify measures to increase agricultural water use efficiency and to adequately plans for a period of limited supply. The other thing we're required to do is to institute requirements that extend the completion of agricultural water management plans to water suppliers that supply water to 10,000 irrigated acres. Currently, the threshold, well, prior to the drought emergency, the threshold was 25,000 irrigated acres. During the drought emergency, a previous executive order lowered that to 10,000. This will make it permanent. The EO also has an additional requirement, and it's very specific. It calls on DWR, the Water Board, and the CPUC to develop methods to ensure compliance with the provisions of the order, including technical and financial assistance, agency oversight, and, if necessary, enforcement action by the Water Board to address non-compliant water suppliers. So that applies to all of the previous sections. Now I'm going to turn it over to our next speaker, which I will believe is Peter Brostrom, and he will go into the Use Water More Wisely section and give you more details on what we've been doing.
Good morning. I will talk about the water use targets and this section on Use Water More Wisely. I think it's been said a couple times, really, in this section, there are three actions. One is the board will modify the drought regulations and look to build off of the previous 25% requirement. The board and DWR are going to make monthly reporting by urban water suppliers permanent. And then, the third provision, which has been taking up a lot of our effort, is to develop a new framework for water use targets based on a water budget approach that looks at standards for 4 sectors of urban water use: indoor residential, outdoor irrigation, commercial, industrial, and institutional water use, and distribution system loss. So we've had a couple of listening sessions, 2 advisory committee meetings, a couple technical workshops, and we're working on developing the framework. What we plan to, our initial starting point is to start with a provisional standard of 55 GPCD. We've done some studies. We are doing some more to try to get a better handle on where indoor water use is now or was, immediately before the drought, and to get a better idea where that can go. And we'll present revised standards in 2018.
Excuse me, Mr. Brostrom. Isn't much of the rationale for selecting something like 55 the fact that it's in statute now? And so when you say provisional standard, it's a starting point because you have a basis in law or statute.
That's correct. I mean, that's part of the XB7X method 2 approach, but there's sort of some anecdotal information, some data points that suggest that actual indoor residential may be at that level or possibly slightly below it, and we want to try to better quantify where that is before we set a standard for 2025 of where we think the state should go. And we've also worked with some consultants who've done a study that have looked and estimate that through plumbing codes and appliance standards, specifically for toilets and washing machines, that without any actions, just from people going out and buying new products, indoor residential will likely decrease by 6 GPCD by itself by 2030, just through those codes and standards. On the
So that, just for folks who are listening, I mean, the 55 is in statute as a basic number, so it makes sense to start there. We know whole communities that have outdoor are well below 55, so they can, but we also know there are poorer communities who maybe have communities that haven't been able to change out their fixtures, haven't been able to change out their washing machines and dishwashers, or have leaky pipes that are going to end up with higher
Slightly.
numbers. So you're trying to pick the right number to start.
Well, we're trying to see where on average the entire state is. And have several different ways that we're looking at that. So.
And part of the reason we can't just drum that up is because we don't have separate meters for outdoor and indoor use. So to really get a credible data set is not so simple.
And in our winter months, and especially some parts of the state, require irrigation all year round. It's not like Minnesota where there's no watering outdoors, or unless you're filling up your ice rink or something like that. So on the outdoor standard, we're going through a similar process. We're working with vendors now to set up a pilot program to look at 30 agencies, that we've sort of randomly selected from across the state to get an idea where the state is now in terms of applied water use, particularly in reference to evapotranspiration. Again, similar to the indoor residential, we plan to sort of begin with where XB7X7, that method 2 was, and use the standards in the model water efficient ordinance, which had for any landscape established pre-2010 would be 80% of the reference evapotranspiration between 2010 and 2015. 70% of the reference evapotranspiration, and landscapes established after 2015 would be 55% of reference evapotranspiration for residential and 45% for commercial. And then any sports fields, parks, where there's functional turf, cemeteries are given a special landscape provision, and where they have large amounts of grass can water up to reference evapotranspiration. Again, based on our pilot study, and then quickly hope to have that study grow into where we measure the landscape area for all the agencies in the state. We will evaluate then where the numbers are and consider revisions in 2018.
So the proposal as it stands now is to come up with a standard based on documentation we have, spend 2017 getting additional info, and then revise it in 2018. Is that December 2018, or is that June 2018, or is that early 2018? I'm just trying to figure out the time.
Later in 2018. It'll take us a little while to do the landscape area measurement, to get enough data in to really look at that. We'll have this initial estimate from the 30, but I think we'll want to expand on that to really get a better grasp of where the state is. We've been also looking at agencies that already have the data.
Yeah, because some do.
And we're seeing a wide range in diversity of water use. So it's not like everyone's in a narrow band, and it ranges greatly depending on location, and a lot of it seems to be tied to socioeconomic factors.
And when you look at the different evapotranspiration rates, is that based on the fact, well, the last one I'm assuming is based on the fact that you put out the model landscape ordinances, and the other, that time frame in between is based on what?
So in 2010, we revised the ordinance as well. Prior to that, the budget for landscapes was 80%, and we revised it in 2010 down to 70%. So, okay. On commercial, industrial, and institutional, we're proposing a slightly different approach. XB7X7 required a 10% reduction in CII water use from the baseline water use. In talking through with stakeholders, we really felt that CII water use was too variable and diverse across the state and even within sectors to come up with a justifiable volumetric target. And what we are proposing instead are performance measures that will incentivize or require actions by suppliers to reduce water use. The first would be to have dedicated irrigation accounts on CII landscapes that are currently on a mixed meter, where it could be a business park where the indoor use of the business park and a large outdoor area are served off the same meter. We would establish a threshold, and landscapes over a specific size would then be on the would have to be on a dedicated meter or equivalent technology that could sort of disaggregate that outdoor use from the indoor use.
Have you thought about tighter restrictions on ornamental landscaping at business parks than you're thinking about for other folks? That seems not an essential part of commercial, industrial, and institutional, unless you're talking about a lawn at a college or something, or playing. The institutionals may be a little bit different, but commercial, industrial, the lawns as ornament are a pretty water-intensive ornament.
We,
No one's
certainly...
playing ball at business parks. Maybe they are, and I just don't.
Well, or, sometimes hotels need lawns for catering events and stuff. And
that would be a functional
recognize, or
right.
Picnic areas, outside, for people to eat lunch on. But you're right, and we recognize that as we revised the landscape ordinance, and that's why there were those different standards between residential and commercial. I think what we'd have to look at in establishing those standards is really the cost of conversion, and how much cost would we expect businesses to go through to change out existing landscapes. It's one thing when it's a new landscape going in, but the conversion costs are still quite high to make that change.
Right, but you're talking a pretty long implementation time frame, so. It's interesting, because CII is the most complicated of all of these.
Yeah. So the second performance measure would be to require classification by national industry codes, called these NAICS codes, by 2021, which would allow suppliers to very clearly identify types of businesses that they have in their service area. And we hope then that this could also be done regionally or statewide, so you can begin identifying and develop benchmarks for these sectors that would help better identify where efficiency improvements can be made at specific accounts.
Right. I mean, a lot of this work, and this is one of those areas where this is where it's good to have all of you, where there's a resource of knowledge. I mean, I know an incredible amount of work was happening even in the 80s and 90s with industrial sources as we were dealing with pretreatment programs and hazardous waste minimization, a lot of accounting and subsets, whether it's a metal plater or all kinds of industry-led efforts and others. So it could be apples, oranges, peaches and petunias, whatever, of sources of data, but there's 20 years of effort that started in the more waste minimization arena, but it also it hopefully has yielded a bunch of water efficiency data as well. So hopefully we're not starting from scratch on things.
And we've heard that suggested that actually often sometimes the sewer agencies have good classifications.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on that for years. So
that's a great point. Also, as you engage stakeholders in this, have you had a chance to coordinate with some of the business community lately? And I ask that because I've been pretty impressed as we've been going through the drought and meeting with different folks. There's a campaign called Connect the Drops, where there's corporate responsibility and innovation with water efficiency beyond the waste minimization side, which obviously has both pollution control and water efficiency benefits. But I just wondering how much interaction you've had to date and what kind of outreach going forward, because it seems, as you pointed out, the variety here is staggering, and there's economic water involved and jobs that's connected to that water. So we want to have the right touch, but also recognize the corporate responsibility movement that's gaining steam.
So we do have representatives from industry on our stakeholder panel, and have met with them, but we'll continue to do so. The final performance measure would be to require audits and/or water management plans for reporting on efficiencies for CII customers over a certain size or threshold. We've heard from a number of consultants that often, if you look at your top 100 industries within a service area, that accounts for a significant portion of the CII water use. And having those accounts and that threshold really go through audits and go through that detailed evaluation of where savings can occur, can achieve significant benefits. So the final component is on water loss, and the DWR is developing rules for validated water aught submittal. That'll start a year from now. The state board will set thresholds starting in 2019, and those thresholds will become the standard that water suppliers will use in 2020. So just as an example, for the standards will be used to develop a budget for each of the 3 sectors that have a volumetric standard. Those will be added up either by volume or potentially by per capita water use. And then a supplier will measure their total production and subtract the CII water use from that. And if, sort of that compliance volume is less than the target, they are in compliance. Or, if it's greater, then, they still have further reductions to do. So,
and these blocks, especially for outdoor, that's going to be something that has a seasonal component, right? That's an additive.
Well, these are annual numbers.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And I think it'll be important, though, to have a seasonal dimension to it. I mean, it can be an annual number, but I want people to show their work, and show how seasonally it adds up.
Well, we'll still be collecting the data monthly, so we'll be able to see, across months and seasons how it looks.
This is data day. Data is our friend.
Yes.
So beginning in 2019, suppliers will begin to submit progress reports and sort of document how they are doing relative to these standards and what actions they will take to be in compliance by 2025. Compliance, final compliance will be measured in 2025, but reported in 2026 report and in urban water management plan that is submitted in July of 2026. And we are working together as state agencies to look at how to support compliance from 2021 through 2025. So I think at this point, Max is going to step over and talk about water loss.
Thanks very much.
I'm always going to have the question why we have to wait till 2025 for compliance, and we can do this compliance assistance starting right out of the gates.
And I think we're going to do that. It's just a question of what form that compliance assistance is going to take and how the agencies will work together on providing it.
Yeah.
Talking about interim targets? I'm not talking about a big 2025 is the first time compliance would come in, are you?
No, so what we're talking about is, right, that the standards get set sort of firmly in 2021, and then we're looking at how the performance is going. And so if already, right, we see agencies that are not looking good and we think, well, maybe they don't have the tools that they need to actually make it, then we need to be working with them early, right? And assisting them through whatever means that we determine is appropriate to get on track to meet 2025. The 2025 date is essentially, if you haven't made it by 2025, that's where the board would come in with, sort of its formal enforcement tools as a sort of sanction for not making it. But the idea is that 2021 through 2025, we're providing the compliance assistance in whatever form that might take, from consultation, financial assistance, to the orders that we issue, right? Information orders, conservation orders, to help agencies sort of get on track if they're not looking like they're going to make it.
All right, I'm going to want to talk about that. Maybe I can be convinced of that, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and
See, I know there's a whole group of people and people will talk and you're early on, but maybe I'm just not following.
That's exactly right. It's early on. We're still working out what this will exactly look like. That's why Max is explaining it's a little bit vague, because it really is still vague, but we certainly want the board's input on how that shapes up, and we'll be working with the agency partners to come up with a proposal that we think will work. That's the goal.
Or illustrative options. You know me, I like options.
Options.
So you can think about different ways of doing it.
Yeah, in the end, we're interested in the, the activity, the actions happening, the performance happening, and we know there's more than one way to get there. But we've seen by having an enforceable requirement, it provides people enough space creatively to work through information order, conservation order, and have those results. And actually, by having an enforcement type structure set up sooner, you actually empower locals to be able to work with their elected boards, their managers, to get the resources they need to implement conservation sooner. So I think there's a lot to be said for having compliance pretty soon out of the gates, and then using compliance assistant tools in a cooperative manner. I think we have the track record here with the emergency reg to show that it's very effective.
So we're still working on that. We'll get to the timelines for this later on in the presentation, but the final report date is January 10th, so we're moving along quickly. So in terms of the water waste elements of this, there are a number of directives in the executive order that deal with water waste. And so there are a number of activities across the different agencies that we're working on to deal with water waste. I'm going to start with the middle bullet there, right, which is the board being directed to make our emergency prohibitions permanent. And we'll be initiating sort of a formal rulemaking process soon, and want to solicit ideas from stakeholders across the board in terms of is that current list we have, right, which includes everything from no washing a vehicle without a shutoff nozzle, no irrigation while there's rain going on to 48 hours after, the hospitality sector provisions, and some others, fountains and the like. Is that a sufficient list? Do those need to be modified? Should there be things added to that list? That'll be that process. And then in terms of leaks from households or utility distribution systems, the bill that Peter mentioned, SB 555, that went through last year, actually sets up a process where all of the larger agencies, the urban water suppliers, have to submit yearly audits and have those validated, and that will ultimately lead to our board setting standards in 2020. And so the initial stage of the review is there was actually leak data that was submitted in the 2015 urban water management plans. So department staff is looking at that right now and looking at where there may be a need for early assistance to some of those suppliers. The executive order also directs the board to use the drinking water state revolving fund to provide assistance to water suppliers on water losses. And that's something we've already done this year. We made $3.2 million available from the set-aside in that revolving loan fund program to the American Water Works Association, which is using it for a series of statewide technical workshops and support, particularly on the audits and the validation process. So that's working well. I think one of the areas of feedback we've heard through the advisory committee process to date is that we need to really focus our sort of next tranche of financial assistance on the smaller suppliers and figure out how to do that. So that's something we'll be looking at. And then as part of the overall nature of this, right, the department and CDFA will be looking at how to strengthen reporting and reduction of leaks in ag distribution systems as part of those updated agricultural water management plans. And then the Energy Commission is here to talk about their piece of this, which is the technology piece and certifying those. And in fact, that's the next slide. So Sean?
Great.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sean Stephenson from the Energy Commission. The Energy Commission has been studying the technologies for water conservation and leak detection and control. We have recently, through past rulemakings, brought about appliance standards that will increase water conservation through appliance efficiency, such as toilets, shower heads, urinals, and faucets. Will yield 150 billion gallons per year of savings after the full stock is turned over. So that's one avenue in which the Energy Commission is tackling this need to eliminate water waste. Next Tuesday, October 11th, we will have a workshop on the governor's drought executive order. We will be seeking information about these water conservation and water loss detection and control technologies. We have posted on this slide here information as to how to participate either in person at the Energy Commission or by phone or webinar. And my contact information is up there. I have performed outreach to various agencies, utilities, water providers, and others to encourage participation. And we look to hear from a broad perspective as to what are the best ideas for water conservation and leak detection. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just add that, you know, the Energy Commission was specifically tasked with this piece of the executive order, not only because they run the research and development programs for technologies in the state, but also because there's a real connection to energy use here and climate change, where if we're doing a really good job of managing our losses from our distribution systems, we're saving not only water, but energy, and therefore reducing our carbon footprint. So this is a big deal. The other thing I'll mention is that Karen Larson, who's our Deputy Director for Water Quality, and myself earlier this week met with a delegation from Denmark, and they've got some really innovative work that they've been doing on water loss. So this is something where we're going to be learning, hopefully, from our partners around the globe. So with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Kent Frame, who's going to talk about the drought planning aspect of the executive order.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members. As Max said, my name's Kent Frame. I'm with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm just going to give you a brief update on Executive Order Actions 8 and 10, which deal with drought resiliency. The approach that we've taken has been that we've held 3 listening sessions. We've had 2 advisory group meetings. We've had a formal technical advisory group meeting, and we've conducted some independent interviews with various interest groups and individual water agencies also. And we've also taken a look at a sampling of 2010 urban water management plans and compared the 2015 submitted plans and how their water shortage contingency plans may have or did not evolve, and what lessons we might have learned from that and how we might utilize some of the approaches that they took. and improve the process of drought planning. Is it this one? This one. Currently, to strengthen drought resilience, the overall approach, we looked at a plan, an assessment period, a respond period, and then reporting. In the plan itself, we are developing specific water shortage contingency plan elements. These are based on sometimes current existing statute and sometimes additional elements that other water agencies are using and have been effective. So we're going to recommend that they be included in the updates. The assessment process is a defined process to annually assess current conditions, and that's supply or production conditions versus demand, and the response to a perceived or real shortage with supplier appropriate actions. The respond itself would be implemented by the supplier, of course, the local agency, with appropriate actions that would be adequately defined in the water shortage contingency plan itself. And the respond would be based upon the assessments that would be performed and submitted to the state by the local water supplier. The reporting would include the submittal of an annual assessment to state agencies, the submittal of the water shortage contingency plan every 5 years with the update of the resubmittal of the urban water management plan, which, as you are aware, the current water shortage contingency plan is submitted within the urban water management plan. And then there would also be a submittal of monthly status when certain stages of the water shortage contingency plan are activated. The 9 proposed elements within the plan include a defined annual assessment process and timeline. It defines local criteria that would initiate responses. Defines local response actions to mitigate actual or potential shortages. It establishes a communication plan with budgets, messages, methods, et cetera, that would vary with responses. Item number 4 is a very important component, we think, for implementing Action 10, which is to provide drought resiliency assistance to rural communities and small water suppliers. Element number 5 would demonstrate existing and new implementation authority. One of the important components we think is necessary within the plan is to be able to quickly take the plan off the shelf, have it in place, and implement it on a rather quick basis so that we can have a good, adequate response to a shortage condition.
So that folks have already been authorized by their boards to initiate things at a certain time because they've approved the plan, as opposed to them having to go through a multi-month process of getting a new thing approved.
That's correct. There's a few different avenues that we're looking at, but that would be one of them that we would require. In some circumstances, they're going to need additional authority, so we will look to making recommendations that be put in place. Another element that we're recommending is that they address financial elements, the cost of implementing it, the loss of revenue, for example, because of conservation, any other financial elements that the local agency may deem important for their operations, and messaging. Element number 7 would articulate the reporting process, what data has been being reported and when and to whom. Element 8 would detail customer compliance and enforcement mechanisms. And then finally, we would establish a review and improvement process so that not only would the state be looking at and reviewing the plans, but the local agencies would be doing that also so that they can update their plans as actions evolve, as the plans may evolve to better perform or respond to shortage conditions. And then we would include details within the plan for a customer exemption process.
You know, on this, you mentioned, it seems like a lot of these elements do interrelate. For instance, you mentioned for those agencies, suppliers that have had a financial shortfall because of conservation. I mean, that's not across the board. Many did not have a financial shortfall, and it probably related somewhat to their authority. It probably related somewhat you know, to the authority being set up ahead of time so that if there is drought conditions, they have the authority to move forward with whatever rate adjustments might be necessary. So when you look at this as you know, individual elements, you are recognizing that they're interrelated.
Yes, we do recognize that. Thank you. One of the things that we're trying to do is build enough flexibility in here that the locals can address their different conditions and response mechanisms and operations that adequately reflect their ability to perform their service.
And then with respect, you know, there are certainly, we always have respected that the individual or the different suppliers have different circumstances, but in many cases they're in the same zone. You'll have many suppliers in one valley. And so actually their conditions aren't that unique compared to each other. And I wanted to ask you about the communications plan, for instance. It seemed like one of the lessons learned in the drought was the importance of consistent communications, especially in areas with a myriad of water suppliers in the same geographic area. So wouldn't communications be strengthened by having one communications plan for a region?
It would be. And one of the things that we're looking at, and I'll touch on that a little bit more on a slide further into this presentation, where from the county perspective or the providing drought resiliency assistance to the small rural communities and the small water suppliers. We're looking at this communication plan in the water shortage contingency plan itself, be able to provide an adequate communication across all interested parties within their, not only their service area, but also their region. The assessment and stress test has been one of the more interesting parts of this plan, and it's a very important component. We initially submitted a plan where the state would be receiving annually a current year supply demand assessment plus an annual 5-year stress test, or 5 years going out. After several meetings with stakeholders and internal conversations, an alternative was presented, and that would be that the local agencies, the water suppliers, would submit to the state annually a current year supply demand assessment, and then submit to the state a 5-year stress test or a 5-year dry period going out to year 6 from current year within the urban water management plan. And then that would be updated every 5 years within the urban water management plan. With element number 2, there currently is no requirement for the water supplier to review or report their 5-year stress tests each year. It would be a urban water management plan update. However, they would still be submitting annually the supply demand assessment. It would be an assessment that would be, we're looking at right now, potentially being submitted to the state for a current year, calendar year, and submitted in May after most of the water allotments are finalized. And then finally, strengthening the drought resilience for small rural suppliers and rural communities. Currently we have, as you are aware, currently we have ag and urban water supplier water shortage contingency plans. The drought planning is a new component of the ag water management plan, but it is going to be in there. And we do have a county self-supplied domestic users pilot project that we worked with the county in the San Joaquin Valley and developed a plan for them to address their domestic users, their self-supplied water users within the county. And then we also have been working with the California Rural Water Association to provide rural communities with a water shortage contingency plan. So we have those 4 elements that we think could be a foundation basis for the county approach. And so we are now looking at how to integrate these 4 variants to establish a broader county-wide contingency plan to address the rural communities and the small water systems that are not a component of those existing water shortage contingency plans, those being the ag and the urban water shortage contingency plans. So we're looking how to integrate those into a county approach and to potentially have them become a component of the local hazard mitigation program. We think that would provide them with a better authority and a good solid plan going forward that they could have at their disposal. Our meeting with the stakeholders for this group, our next meeting is October 13th of this year. And we'll be discussing issues and obstacles, of which there are many, to implement this type of plan, and then exploring roles and responsibilities related to implementing this particular action.
This is good. So this really is a kind of filling a gap, a big gap in our state. And as you saw earlier, we have a lot of emergency drinking water projects here at the Water Board that go throughout the state, and they tend to be in rural areas. But this term, local hazard mitigation program, doesn't that come from the emergency management side of the house? Could you explain a little bit on how this could be a tool that could help us fill the gaps for these rural areas?
Certainly. It's part of the Office of Emergency Services, and it's a FEMA required document that the counties have a local hazard mitigation program to address. Generally, they address the quick moving emergencies such as earthquakes, fires, floods, and those types of things. As you know, we, the state that is, incorporated the SIMS method, which is through the OES system, into this drought. So there was a lot of good lessons learned, and we think some of those could be incorporated into the slower moving emergency that we generally see with the drought. However, it would fit nicely, we think, too, with the quick shortage, the emergency situation where you have a sudden failure of a conveyance system, a water quality issue where your supplies are significantly diminished, and we think that the OES system or the hazard mitigation system would fit well with that. And if I'll entertain questions if there are any. I think that's the end of my presentation. Yeah.
You have the section on how you let all of us sleep well at night. So there's a big responsibility on it.
Well, thank you. It's been fun. I hear some of our stakeholders in the background.
It's all in how you see fun. There's a bunch of wonks in the audience. I think they really are laughing.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Igunasekar from the Department of Food and Ag. We have been identified as in the executive order under number 11 and 13 as working with DWR to update the ag water management plans and also include water efficiencies in there and also plan for periods of limited water supply. We've also been asked to work with DWR on stakeholder outreach efforts and consulting stakeholders on what we plan to do in the ag water management plan. So I just explained CDFA and DWR's roles. We've been engaging with them on a weekly basis with weekly meetings on the executive order. We have an ag-focused part of those discussions that we talk about. DWR recently established an agricultural advisory group that we are part of. We also provided feedback on to folks who could provide some good input into the ag water management plans and the plans of including water efficiency into that advisory group. As you know, we are now in the just past the second year of the State Water Efficiency and Enhancement Program. We have a little bit of experience on bringing water efficiencies at the farm level. Working with DWR on the ag water management plan is a little different for us because it includes more of the irrigation district level work because those ag water management plans come from the irrigation districts. But really, we see a need, if you talk about water efficiency and planning for droughts, we really need to see this connection between the irrigation districts and on-farm water use. So it's a nice collaborative process that we're engaging on here and very timely. We work on strategies to identify water efficiencies as mentioned in the EO directive and including also, how do we prepare for future events, knowing that now this is officially the 6th year of the drought. Again, we are consulting with our stakeholders at the farm level and the associations that provide feedback to us and ensuring that they're an important part of the Ag Advisory Group and getting that feedback so that there are no surprises down the road. And also, helping DWR, from the farm perspective, see if there's any issues that might come up in the future so that we address that upfront and be ready for solutions on that end.
No, that's great because obviously agricultural efficiency is a different, more complex picture than urban, so.
Yeah, so also as part of the efficiencies we are trying to make on the farm and as part of the State Water Efficiency and Enhancement Program, we have been exploring a pilot project with the DWR. I talked about the importance of tying the farm efficiencies with the irrigation district efficiencies. And one thing we recognize is when the federal projects and the state projects were built, there were open surface water delivery systems that suited agriculture needs at that time, flood and furrow irrigation. And you can see that now more than half of the 9 million irrigated acres have gone to some sort of efficient drip system, micro irrigation, micro sprinkler irrigation, subsurface irrigation. And so we are working on this pilot project where we have 3 million from the State Water Efficiency Enhancement Program and 3 million from DWR Prop 1 funds. And the goal there is to move one of the or more of the surface water irrigation canals into a pressurized system and at the irrigation district level to the growers. And so then the growers would get off their pumps and tie into the pressurized irrigation system that gets incentivized by DWR. And we would come in and provide incentive dollars to the on-farm to upgrade their technology to handle that pressurization system. One of the caveats of this program is we have told folks that if you sign up for this and work with the irrigation district, you have to get off your pumps. And so I think this will help a lot with Sigma, and we're thinking sort of in a bigger space to see if this pilot project will work. We're calling it a pilot project because this collaboration hasn't been done before, and we haven't sort of worked on this this sort of scale, so we're testing it out.
Well, and thank you. I mean, that's a good answer to the question I had, which was, with your experience of tens of millions of dollars of on-farm deployments, DFA folks and stakeholders certainly would have advice on, to DWR and others and irrigation district folks about how can you modify the old irrigation district infrastructure to be more efficient with the on-farm efficiencies. So as you said, a pressurized system, and from an energy standpoint, I'm hearing, greenhouse gas reduction and, having a more centralized system in those cases would save a lot of air quality issues potentially. So that sounds like a pretty strong pilot example. I'm sure there are other examples too, in terms of irrigation district operations, days of the week of deliveries versus, on-farm efficiency measures needing a steady source of water and that sort of thing. So it seemed like a fertile ground. That's something we discussed when Ami and I went to Israel together a couple months ago. We saw examples of this more coordinated infrastructure in Israel and other countries. Thanks.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, I think that it would be helpful. There's oftentimes a lot of criticism with respect to agriculture's use of furrow irrigation, flood irrigation. And so any comments that you might have in how do you go forward in developing these standards and pilot projects so that you can also be helping to message that it makes a lot of sense to move to systems that are more efficient in certain areas, and then in other areas it may not make the most sense. Incorporating, some analysis on impact to groundwater and drinking water supplies, groundwater recharge. There's not one size that fits all. And I know now's not the time to necessarily to debate it, but what role can the department play and this process play to help provide some additional information to the public on that issue that the public is really, demanding of agriculture?
Maybe I'll answer some of that in the next slide where I talk about our updates to the ag water management plans, but I'll let Ami go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. So, through the SWRCB program, we have learned through, I think we're in the 5th solicitation, and we sort of learned as we went along with Sigma coming around. When we had the first solicitation, what we said was, we're going to incentivize a project if you move from flood or furrow to an efficient irrigation system. And that was sort of a criteria that we established. Since that first solicitation, we have moved away from that, along with, learning about Sigma and the importance of having systems to also recharge the groundwater. And what we have said is, you don't need to take off your old system. You're upgrading to a new system, and this is especially important when we talk about the joint project. We have said, you can pressurize the system, but we don't want you to tear up your surface water delivery system, because that might be key if you get water in, when the rains do come, to then move that to the farm level, and they open a gate and they flood their system, so groundwater recharge. So we have built in over time this flexibility. Again, we were learning as we went through the SWRCB program, but now we have sort of this flexibility in that as well. We are also keeping a close attention to the work being done at UC Davis on sound areas for groundwater recharge. This is pretty important because not all the regions are suitable for this. I think we need to do a little bit more work on informing, our stakeholders in particular what regions would work for groundwater recharge. in consideration of also nutrients moving into groundwater, and also ensuring that, you know, if we saw some projects that growers are flooding their fields, you know, what I think growers want is some assurance that when they flood their fields, that those root systems aren't going to go anaerobic and die on them. So I think there are some science needs as well when we sort of look at the big picture, but we have modified our sweep program over time to cater to the needs of sort of groundwater recharge.
So and I think this will get a little bit to your question. So when revising the Ag Water Management Plan requirements, we're really looking at you know, sort of two elements. The first being, and I'll start with the second bullet, really looking at requiring a more detailed water balance from ag water suppliers that looks at the inputs into the system, but also the outputs from that system, so that you are quantifying actually how much water within your system is going to deep percolation or groundwater recharge, because you're doing this, you know, basically mass balance of water. How much is coming in, how much is being transpired, how much is going out as surface outflow, and you know, how much is being pumped from the ground, and then how much is going back to groundwater. So you develop that balance, and then based on that balance, in 2012, DWR, directed by XB7X7, developed a methodology for quantifying ag water use efficiency that identifies 4 different ways to do that, where you look at the output, and then you have choices of more detailed analysis to do that quantification, and that'll be required of all suppliers. And then based on these water balances and this calculation of a water management fraction or water management efficiency, we'll ask water suppliers to go in and look and see how that can be improved. What are the flow paths of water that are not beneficial that can be addressed, and what management practices could be put in place to improve those. So that's the first part of the revision. The second part is we'll require more detailed water management plans. Traditionally, ag water management plans have included sort of what their allocation was, but we'll ask a few more detailed questions on finances, budgets, what, you know, sort of what triggers that. And then finally, you know, the executive order directs us to permanently lower the reporting requirements to 10,000 irrigated acres.
I have a question on that one. December 2020, that seems a ways out. And I realize that for some of these smaller districts, it's going to be a challenge. But I think that, well, just like to hear what your thinking is on why that amount of time is needed.
Well, so they were required to report in 2015 as well. We are still trying to work with suppliers on that compliance, and we offered grant funding up to $50,000 per plan to submit. That deadline has passed. I think we're looking at trying to reopen that to incentivize suppliers to continue to develop plans. But that date is the submittal date that is in statute currently in terms of how plans are submitted on a 5-year basis.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say some of these districts might be in critical watersheds where it could really make a difference. So it sounds like you're targeting those by way of incentivizing.
So right now we're working hard to try to get all the 2015 plans in, and then the 2020 plans will be an update of those plans. So and then they will report on a permanent basis every 5 years.
Okay, and then the second question that I had was on compliance for what you have right now on reporting. And I know there was a slide early on about compliance and enforcement. But there are, I know it's been difficult for a lot of these ag districts during the drought. Maybe they missed the reporting deadlines because they were busy worried about other things. But nonetheless, I think it's important to get those reports in. It doesn't bode well in the public when these deadlines are missed. And so I know I was quite some time ago involved in a conference call with officials from the department and from our staff about, you know, what can be done to get those reports in. So anything between now and the time that this is adopted, I know you're going to have a compliance and enforcement component, but what can be done, you know, right now to make sure that those reports are turned in?
So we are contacting suppliers and reminding them, and then as part of this framework, we're looking at additional actions that could be taken going forward. So one other component I wanted to add to this is, you know, these elements are being added. The water balance is a big part of the GSPs, the groundwater sustainability plans, and want to make sure that these ag plans support and assist, you know, the groundwater sustainability agencies in their planning efforts as well, and data requirements.
That's great you pointed that out. I was also thinking for our staff, I don't know if Max can answer this, but in our ILRP program, irrigated lands, where the nutrient management work is evolved to an irrigation and nutrient management framework, which makes a lot of sense because they really track closely. And, you know, to the extent, I realize that's more of a farm scale, or, you know, it's maybe more granular than an irrigation district, but is that an area where we can, you know, make sure folks aren't getting duplicative requirements?
Possibly. We'll check with staff on that.
And you may be aware.
We've been asked by stakeholders to look at that, and a little bit of the difference is, you know, sort of these are water supply reports, and, you know, those other, you know, irrigated land reports are really at the grower level, but in a sense, often they are estimating, you know, how groundwater recharge, how much water is moving. So potentially some of the tools we developed to assist suppliers with that can help with the other program as well.
Probably with just a basic question, I know I've known the answer to this. You may have even said it and I missed it. How many agricultural water suppliers are there with over 10,000 acres of irrigated land?
Roughly 56. Oh, I'm sorry. There's 56 between 10,000 and 25,000, and then 54 between over 25,000. So it's 110.
So we're talking the universe of large farmers is a little over 100?
Well, these aren't farmers, these are water suppliers, so over 110.
Water suppliers, right,
yeah.
okay. So it's the water suppliers who submit the, all right.
Correct, yeah.
And I wouldn't mind seeing a list of those at some point. That's probably somewhere online if someone can just send me a link.
We can send that to you.
No, I was just trying to think of the universe of plans that you have to look at. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about process and timelines for completing this report. Thank you. So as has been mentioned, we've formed stakeholder advisory groups, both for the urban components of the executive order and the agricultural components of the executive order, and there have been several meetings already, along with some more technical meetings, and there are more to come later this month, and then sort of wrapping up in November. We'll also hold a public workshop after the draft report comes out, and you can see we're still looking at a final date for when that gets released, but early November is what we're targeting. And overall, our January 10th deadline is firm because that's set forth in the executive order. So the report is going to cover everything you've heard today, right? All of these four overarching aspects of the executive order, and then the other pieces, including the compliance and enforcement piece, will be in that report. And as you can see on the sub-bullet there, we're looking to identify what types of legislative or regulatory actions would be necessary to implement the report's recommendations. So here's the timeline in terms of where we are and what's ahead. I think the important dates to look at there in the middle in terms of getting the draft out targeted for November 4th, and then receiving comments on that draft 10 days later. And then the state agencies have to sort of take all that and create a final report. And so that's going to be a challenge over the holiday period, but that's what we're mandated to do.
Yeah, challenge with 10 days for folks to get their comments in, although you'll clearly have the stakeholder groups working for months on it, but.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of engagement and outreach, as we've gone along with this. So, a lot of issues have already been raised, and we're working through them.
It's great to have you all here from all the agencies. We appreciate all the work you've been doing in partnership with our staff. Mr. Shia of the Public Utilities Commission hasn't had a chance to speak, but I want you to know that we recognize the efforts of the investor-owned utilities, and actually even in the new stress test regime, a lot of voluntary standards, sort of self-imposed in efficiencies and performance that's been equal to or surpasses public agencies. I just wanted to offer you the opportunity to make any comments, as we've been implementing the conservation standards, as we look to long-term standards, what has been, the Commission's impression of this and lessons learned, ideas, and how it's going from your perspective.
Terrence is actually my supervisor. I'm here on his behalf. I'm Bradley Leong. What to say? I think our utilities are doing a great job with conservation efforts, and we look forward to continued collaboration with all the agencies represented here today.
Maybe even, things that are coming up, just the timeline ahead. What kind of actions does the Public Utilities Commission need to do, or are you just participating in the groups and, it would be later on when regulations have to be developed?
I think we were waiting for guidance on from water boards, such as conservation standards from the executive order. And for this executive order, we're going to be releasing a resolution to highlight our efforts to accelerate leak reductions. We're continuing to collaborate on this report.
Yeah, and that's certainly, you're aware of in the water data challenge work from UC Davis, and when we learned about that cold water conservation had a significant energy savings that went along with it, and we all collectively learned when we saw that information. We were excited to show the water energy nexus once again, but very clearly with this work, and that there are the ripple effect of conservation in terms of wide variety of resource issues that we're helping to solve. So we appreciate your partnership and all the work you do in looking at fixtures, looking at efficiencies. You're a strong partner all the way, all along. Thank you.
And I would just add to that, Board Member Moore, there was a bill that moved through this year which the governor just signed, SB 1425, which actually directs Cal EPA working with all of the WETCAT agencies, so the energy and water agencies you see represented here, to set up a new registry, if you will, for water, energy, and climate greenhouse gas emissions. So that'll be something where we'll be able to tie in that UC Davis work and do even more quantification moving ahead. And we'll also be having some actions for that for you all when we come back in November with our climate resolutions.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know, I was thinking, but she'd be so proud. That was very good. Teamwork. It's a team here.
Exactly.
Right.
So that wraps it up from the agencies, and if there are comments for any of us or questions that haven't been asked,
Well,
now's
yeah,
the time.
I think we've done it as we went along. We do have a number of speakers. I want to, speaking of time, I did not take a mid-morning break as we frequently do, so my apologies to anybody. I always think it's kind of rude to not do a short one. So I'm like looking at you guys. We could take a 10-minute break and then resume, say, for an hour. We have a number of speakers. We have a couple more items. I do need to take a break between 12:45 and 1, so I was sort of shooting for a lunch break if we needed one then. But it's a question of whether you want a 10-minute, right, that includes you guys. If you want a 5-minute break? Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break, and then we'll take comments and move straight in, and then we'll take our next break at 12:45 and decide how long that'll be at the time, depending on where we are. And Mr. Woodling, you get to decide whether to go first or third. Your call. right, we're back. Is this on? All right. I am glad you all are having a conversation now, solving all of these issues, wrapping them up, using the time wisely, but we'll reconvene. I'm going to try out 3 minutes because I know you all are talking with each other all the time, so it's a question because you can't talk to the 5 of us except here to give us input as well. And Mr. Woodling, you can come up, and if you want to do a separate thing on drought, you can have 3 minutes for each item.
Oh.
Because I'm the one who messed up in not calling on you at the last item.
That's not even based on being amusing?
Not even being amusing, but it's 3 minutes on each item.
I assume you're talking amusing to you rather than just to myself?
Well, self-entertainment is a really important thing. Go ahead.
I actually want to talk, John Woodling, Regional Water Authority. I want to address the first part of the report on the emergency regs and that status, which seemed like 2 hours ago. And I noted that staff said the savings were remarkable, and I think that's true. If we're just at 18% compared to 27% last year as a state, that's pretty darn good. And unfortunately, the media doesn't get that, and I'd urge you to help us get that message across, that our objectives have changed from 2016, from 2015. And I think the best evidence of that, you talked a lot about messaging. The state Save Our Water program made a radical shift from brown is the new green, let your lawn die, and oh, by the way, you did too much and your trees died, to rethink your landscape. Well, those two things would dictate water use would be different in 2016 than 2015. The Bee reported that water conservation plunged in California in August, and the drought regulators were alarmed. I didn't see alarm on your faces, but maybe you didn't convey that to the audience. Well,
Concerned. We're concerned
yeah.
about what it may mean because of the mixed results.
So,
but you're right. It's also still pretty good.
Then the other thing I heard Max talk about looking at water supply conditions going forward. And I want to reinforce that because the two maps that were shown of precipitation and the drought monitor chart are not evidence of water supply conditions.
Right.
And we need to remember that. DWR's drought manager since time immemorial, Janine Jones, has pointed out all the ways that the drought monitor does not reflect urban water supply situations.
Right.
The drought monitor people have acknowledged that. And I think the press loves it. It's a flashy chart. It's graphic in one place, but I don't think it's necessarily very helpful if we're not looking at a lot of other things.
Like the fact that much of Southern California gets a huge chunk of their water from healthy California reservoirs.
It's blue.
Right.
If something's got to be blue and yellow, it's good that it's the north that's blue for the state.
Right. Well as local supplies, groundwater banking, recycled water, et cetera.
So I'll use my additional 30 seconds plus 3 minutes to talk about the second part of the presentation. And I want to acknowledge the staff of all these agencies have been doing a lot of hard work. And for the urban water suppliers, it's primarily water board staff and DWR that we're engaged with, but certainly the others are engaged here as well. And I want to talk, I think, about a few overriding principles for implementation of this executive order. And I think a lot of these we're either in agreement with staff on through this stakeholder process we've had, or I think we're getting closer. And maybe the first of those is to recognize the overall success of urban water management planning, water shortage contingency planning. Overall, agencies do a pretty good job, and that process has been robust. So I'd urge modest changes to what we do now, progressive changes to what we do now, to get to the executive order objectives. So, if you will, don't throw out the baby when you reuse the bathwater. I expected that to get a bigger laugh. I also, it took some time to clarify this in the stakeholder process, But I think we're in agreement with at least what staff has stated, that the purpose of this framework is to mitigate a situation where the state needs to step in and mandate conservation standards in the future. So the state can be confident that locals are meeting their customers' needs. So we strongly support that direction. We're strongly in support of the idea that locals decide what those actions are that they take in response to potential shortages. So we may have some standardization of water shortage contingency plans, but the specific actions happen at the local level. One thing I think we're working through with staff is to make sure the framework's implemented in a way that incentivizes development of new water supplies, alternative water supplies, whether it be recycled water, whether it be new storage, conjunctive use, whether it be desal, rather than hampering those supplies. We still need to have resilient supplies no matter where our water use level is in the future.
Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean? How would it, you don't necessarily want to incentivize those at the expense of reasonable efficiency because they still cost more and use more greenhouse gas to produce.
We don't. But
so I just want to understand what you're saying.
But we also want to reflect that some major investments in supplies have been made, and I don't think we can treat them exactly like the other potable water use in driving that level of use down. So for an example, for special landscapes, you get a 1.0 factor for irrigation. Maybe that should be the factor for landscapes watered with recycled water. Maybe that shouldn't be driven down to the 0.7 or 0.55 or whatever we're going to get to in the future. The other thing, and I think the board disagrees with this somewhat, I think the staff's proposing a reasonable time frame for the point where implementation would get to enforcement. We're talking about some pretty major changes in the way agencies are going to have to do business. We're talking about some work that needs to be done just to get the data to test out these potential standards. And I think the 2025 timeline for when the hammer part of implementation starts is reasonable. State staff have committed to trying to look at streamlining the data collection. And I think that's really important. There's a lot of things being reported different places, and that's not just a burden on agencies, but sometimes it's actually a problem because if the question gets asked slightly differently, we may report the different pieces of information that should appear to be the same. And then finally, to really make conservation a way of life, I'd urge all state agencies to look at mechanisms other than standards on urban water suppliers to reduce water use. There's a lot of powers that the state has or can have to affect water end users directly that'll be more effective than just implementing that through water agencies. Thank you.
No, I'll look forward to hearing more about that at another time. It's similar to other arenas like source control, so happy to talk about that. Good point.
Chair Marcus, can I just clarify one thing? Under the model ordinance, recycled water is considered a special landscape, and because there's more salt in it, it does have a ETAF of 1. So.
All right, I didn't do my usual 3 in advance so that you can plan ahead. So we have Sarah Almanzada from the California Coastkeeper Alliance, followed by Heather Cooley from the Pacific Institute, followed by Laurel Firestone from the Community Water Center. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Sarah Almanzada, and I'm the Executive Director of California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'm here today representing a coalition of NGOs that I've been working with over the past couple of months, Climate Resolve, Water Now Alliance, NRDC, Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, and Community Water Center and Pacific Institute, who will speak immediately following me. As our organizations are considering the proposals and recommendations in the UAG process on targets and contingency planning, we want to offer 5 key
components or principles around which we can remain focused as we navigate the changing conditions of the current drought and as we look towards the future. So I'll just quickly go through these, and we'll be sharing these in writing following the meeting. So first, as has been discussed quite a bit today, we need to ensure that these regulations are crafted in a manner so that they can be effectively administered and enforced. We've seen a high degree of variability in performance, and we need to ensure, given limited agency resources and given this variability, that we're really implementing regulations to recognize this strong, large number of suppliers who are really performing excellently and not being dragged down by some of the lower performing entities. And so just coming up with enforcement strategies and clear priorities at the outset will really be helpful to this. Secondly, and I know this is front of mind for the board, you've demonstrated that repeatedly with your leadership, we need to recognize the human right to water in this process and direct resources to disadvantaged communities. And Laurel Firestone will speak about that in a bit more detail. Third, we need to protect California rivers, wetlands, and estuaries. We know ecosystems and fish have been hit especially hard by this drought. And we need to consider how to ensure that these conservation efforts are translating into tangible benefits for ecosystems and fish species. There are a lot of innovative models about how to accomplish this, and I think it's critical to achieve a truly integrated water resources management approach that we all champion. Fourth, there are considerable financial challenges for utilities in implementing these conservation mandates, and we need to address those head on and work together to address financial barriers, create incentives, and offer guidance about how to change rate structures. And finally, and again, I know this is front of mind for the board, but we need to craft our permanent regulations in a way that helps us prepare for the impacts of climate change, a more uncertain future with respect to precipitation and hydrologic extremes, and really make us more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the comments and suggestions. It's great. Thank you for your time. I know we have a bunch of people who've been spending countless hours talking to each other, and I actually really appreciate the panel, all the speakers, as well as people who talked to us at other times, taking the time to do it when the four of us this time, four of us can be here at the same time, and the public that's interested can tune in. So thank you for this time, but for all the rest of the time as well.
Chair Marcus, board members, thank you, and thank you for all your work in continuing on conservation and efficiency. I'm Heather Cooley with the Pacific Institute. I want to offer a couple of remarks, both on the morning presentation about the drought, but then also and the emergency regs and performance there, but also then thinking about the long-term efficiency efforts. So last Friday marked the end of water year 2016, and it is going to be listed in the record book as a dry year. So we know that the drought is continuing. As we enter 2017, or water year 2017, we need to be focused on really clear and consistent messaging. We can't be thinking of conservation as just something we do in a drought. It's sort of a short-term drought response. Now is really the time to be, I think, driving the message that conservation needs to be a California way of life. And so I think as we, in this period, which I'm sort of thinking is this bridge period, because we don't know how 2017 is going to turn out, now is the time to really be sending that message to the public and to those of us working on it. Now is the time, as was mentioned, to be looking at removing ornamental lawns and putting in permanent low water use landscapes. The fall is the perfect time. We need to be providing that messaging to the public. We need to be providing incentives to do that. And not just thinking and hoping for rain. So we shouldn't be in this holding pattern. We need to be kind of carrying through this and looking at efforts and building on sort of what we already achieved. I want to shift and talk a little bit about the standards, and I want to thank staff and all agencies. I know you have all been working very, very hard on this, and a lot of people have been, and it's just a tremendous amount of work in a short period of time. I do think we want to be focused again on continuity and building on what we've achieved, what we're still seeing, the 20% or so, or the 18%, and pivoting and talking about turning those into long-term savings. I think that has implications for how we think about the timing of the standards. And so I think 2025 is too long. I think that we have some work to do in the next year or two to collect the data and set meaningful targets for 2021 and 2025, and we should be doing that. But the 2021 standards should be enforceable. We should be ensuring that people are meeting them, and we need to be providing help and assistance, as Sarah mentioned, to really ensure that water suppliers are able to meet and achieve those and even exceed those standards, because we know that the water management challenges we're facing for many areas, just meeting the standards isn't going to be enough. They actually are going to need to go beyond that. So thank you.
No, thank you very much for all your work. So we have Laurel Firestone, followed by Kathy Peroni from the City of San Diego, and followed by Adam Link from the California Association of Sanitation Agencies.
Thank you. Laurel Firestone with the Community Water Center. Building off of the framework that we collectively provide in writing, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the human right to water and how this fits into that. Conservation is a critical part of ensuring a reliable water supply, and in particular for creating a more resilient state and more resilient communities. In Tulare County alone, I think the total emergency dollars, including the permanent solutions, is more like $148 million if you add in some of the SRF. And the vast majority of that has come from the State Water Board. And that's just for Tulare County alone for drinking water systems and private wells that have lost or been vulnerable to loss of water supply or contamination linked to the drought. And for many small communities like Seville, not having meters, not being able to fix leaky pipes can mean that their one source of water, their well, doesn't provide enough to meet their basic needs. They've had to go on bottled water because of not being able to manage that one supply adequately without those basic tools and leak repairs. And so this is critical for the human right to water. And as you're developing these, I would hope that we not only look explicitly, within each of these processes as how they can address them, but really make sure that we don't leave out small communities and rural communities in things like data collection and reporting, even though it's hard to, and what's needed, rather than leaving them out of reporting requirements or planning requirements, really encourage you to focus on technical assistance and compliance assistance and financial assistance to help all of us get adequate data on what the needs are, what's happening, and what tools they have, and then being able to provide to support them being able to implement water efficiency standards, leak repair in particular, especially for systems that are vulnerable, and other resiliency strategies, including interties and consolidations. Additionally, the drought contingency plans for small and rural communities is a really critical gap, as Board Member Moore said, that we are excited that has been identified in this. We look forward to working with DWR, and we also really hope that the State Water Board will be a critical partner in development of that process, make sure that small communities and rural communities are just as much partners in driving that, in some ways even more so, but with counties and state agencies to do that. But ultimately, that those are critical for ensuring that we get ahead of having to react to communities losing their water supplies. Thank you.
Thank you. That's where we want to get.
1 second.
Please.
What you're saying just really resonates with me, so I just want to make sure. It sounds like you're complementary in certain areas, and then maybe we could do better. Can you be more specific on how it needs to be improved?
Yeah, I think well, in particular, I think we're just starting with the drought contingency plans for small and rural communities. The very first meeting to talk about it at all is coming up. And I think the staff has said that the State Water Board will be working with DWR, and DWR is the lead in this. But I think it's going to be critical to have both agencies and local partners. In particular, I think this board's Office of Public Participation is really great at connecting with rural communities and small systems. And I think they really need to be part of this process to make sure that those plans are adequate. And that between the state agencies, both state agencies, that were providing the kind of data and tools and planning that can make those really effective. I think relying on counties or small systems to do that on their own is part of why we have that gap for a reason, and they don't have resources and tools. And I think I'm excited to talk more about how we can do that. And then in particular, I think just making sure that within technical right now there aren't robust technical assistance programs for on the conservation side for small systems, and I think we could do more to provide technical assistance and financial assistance for water efficiency standards, leak repair, metering, developing meter policies and water resiliency policies. So I think there's a lot of opportunities.
So it's not just getting bottled water and then an intertie or an infrastructure solution. It's actually getting the human infrastructure in place in terms of the conservation assistance, and then also the measurements, the same sort of level of accounting that we're trying to bring up to speed in water rights and groundwater here in the urban sector. We don't leave that off of the balance sheet as far as what it costs to get safe drinking water and accessible, affordable drinking water to these communities.
Yeah, exactly. And I think part of the enforcement of the past conservation requirements haven't required the same reporting for small systems, and understood reasons why to do that. But I think at this point, it's critical that we get that information from systems about how much they're using, what tools they have or don't have. Most don't have meters, and really need assistance getting in place the policies and sort of institutional and financial tools to make that happen, as well as leak repairs, which are really critical in areas, backup wells, interties, and consolidations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we have Kathy Peroni, followed by Adam Link, followed by Elizabeth Lovestead from the Eastern Municipal Water District. Morning. Get a little closer to it or move it a little closer to you.
Kathy Peroni, City of San Diego's Public Utilities Department, and pleased to be with you today and this veritable smorgasbord of state agencies who are here to be able to talk about a subject we have commented on briefly in the past, but we thought deserved a deeper dive. And how do I advance the slides? Oh, thank you.
Is there actually a word for those other than clicker? Just didn't know if there was a term of art. The thingamabob clicker thing, yeah.
Webster's Dictionary.
Yeah.
So just a brief introduction to the City of San Diego's Public Utilities Department. As you may be aware, we're a municipal utility. As you can tell by the statistics there, we're pretty large. Historically, water and wastewater have always been, operated very, very separately. We are actually recently under one banner of Public Utilities Department, and increasingly seeing through potable reuse and other things that these are much more interconnected than we really have planned to in the past. We did a little back of the envelope analysis just by subtracting out septic and consideration of population. And we figure about 6 to 7% of all the flushing in California is going on, but is being managed by our agency, just to give you a perspective.
6 to 7% of all the flushing going on. I'm sorry, John. She is funnier than you are. Sorry.
And then, when you have Comic-Con in town, it's another story, right? So as I mentioned, they have been the systems, the water and wastewater are increasingly integrated, and moving forward with our Pure Water program, which hopefully you've all heard about right now, we're moving away from a single-use system to more of a closed-loop, multiple-use system. Pure Water completes the water cycle, conserving water that would have otherwise been lost to the ocean, and provides multiple benefits, all of which are supportive of state and federal policy priorities. By 2035, Pure Water will provide 1/3 of San Diego's future demands. We are on track to complete phase 1 of the program by 2021. And we're going to start that with 30 MGD, and there's going to be an additional 53 MGD brought online by 2035. So as we look at the proposal to set indoor water use budgets at 55 GPCD in 2017, and then at some lower time, yet to be determined, number will be established for what it should be for 2018 and beyond. It kind of causes us concern because as you showed in the concentric circles on the map earlier, we're already at a low GPCD, and especially for residential indoor. So, you know, as we get closer, we don't have as much room to kind of wiggle, especially if we have to go down afterwards to something, you know, and pull our water storage contingency plans off the shelf, and we have to go down 20% or 30%. It's going to have impacts on our system. Each wastewater utility needs to maintain minimum cleansing velocities in their pipelines in order for the solids to be effectively pushed through the system. If cleansing velocities go too low, it will result in the solids falling out of suspension and the collection of more debris and grease in the pipelines, which then heightens the possibility of flow stoppages and potential impacts to public health. So recent analysis presented last week's WEFTEC conference, and I handed out the paper during the break, indicates that California is currently experiencing the lowest wastewater per capita flow records ever recorded, with flow rates 20 to 35% lower in 2015 as compared to 2006. Some of the more prominent impacts on the lower wastewater flow rates can be seen here, and one indicator that we can just see at our agency with regard to impacts already is the number of reported bad sewer odor complaints that have come in. And we can tell you from 2013 to 2016, that number has doubled. So we're already seeing impacts associated just with the current drought response. The primary mission of California's wastewater utilities is the protection of public health and the environment. Increasingly, we're excited to be looking also at resource recovery with recycling and reuse, as well as green energy production from methane capture. We need to make sure that the planning that is done in the important planning that's done with water use efficiency, but also takes this aspect into consideration. These missions are not compromised. So we feel strongly that the impacts of water use efficiency on wastewater systems must be understood as part of the state's iterative and progressive evaluation of GPCD standards for indoor water use. And even with outdoor water use, it's sometimes difficult to just say only save water outdoors. And what we've seen is we've had a lot of indoor compliance just as a generic response. So it's hard to precision, only this on indoor and only that on outdoor. So it's hard to know exactly how even just a general number will come in. We recommend that when the state agencies do put together their report to the legislature, that this issue be identified and acknowledged as a potential impact of concern. Further, we are working with CASA, and Adam is going to speak after me, and he's taking the lead with developing a work group of wastewater agencies to study this issue further, and we would ask that future recommendations brought forth by CASA be given consideration in the final determination of GPCD budgets. So basically, we want to know how low is too low, and we think that that number might be different for different utilities, wastewater utilities. Additionally, we believe a case can be made for which potable reuse projects conserve water in unique ways that maintains beneficial flows in wastewater systems and still reduces freshwater demands, which is the point of the water use efficiency. So this slide is just a conceptual representation of how potable reuse and a modified, perhaps, water use efficiency standard can conceptually provide superior results as compared to implementing water use efficiency only. Basically, it's like a closed loop system. You're gathering up that water, you're putting it back at the top of the system, you're keeping those flows going, and you're reusing that water. It is a conservation benefit. So we are working with water reuse, and we'd like to bring more formal and specific recommendations back at a future date. That concludes my presentation.
One thing, thanks for the presentation. I'm a sewer engineer. I've looked at a lot of sewer video, and there's a daily sewer hydrograph It does a scouring every morning. As soon as the sun comes up in the morning, we get a daily sewer hydrograph and we get flushing flows. And so your representation of the sewer system is very simplistic. It's like a bathtub, when actually these issues you bring up are probably very focused and are areas that are being addressed under the state board's order from 2006 on sanitary sewer overflow prevention. And so I just would point out those things. But I think, before we say this is a significant issue, because I think there's some debate, the paper you distributed to us on the collection system was very thin analysis, and your only citation was to an LA Times article about collection system impacts. And so it feels to me like there's a lot more information that needs to be gathered before we start making too broad of sweeping conclusions about conservation effects on collection systems.
Sure, and I think you're right on with regard to the kind of neighborhood analysis. There's going to be certain like nodes in the system that are going to be more impacted than others, and we're actually working with the California Data Collaborative as we're going to 100% smart meters in the next couple of 3 years to look at how we can use that data, which can actually measure water use down to a gallon, to be able to use that to predict, because we can tell what a toilet flush signature looks like, where it's getting so low in certain areas that we're going to have to kind of really zoom in and do really sophisticated diagnostics to figure out how to, and we are managing these issues. But again, as we get tighter and tighter, if you take it down to 0, we can guarantee it won't work then, right?
Right. But I think also we can guarantee it won't go down to 0.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't mean to be flippant on that, but I do mean to say that there is a bookmark. There is an end, and so where is that end? And that discussion has not happened yet.
Right, and I applaud the discussion. I'm just not sure if this issue actually rises to the level of significance. In terms of, are we arguing then we should not conserve as much because we need the marginal benefit of morning flushing flows that might be at 2.1 feet per second instead of 1.7? I mean, we have to really take a step back and evaluate whether efficiency standards are really truly having an adverse effect here. I'm still pretty skeptical. I think also theoretically, from an engineering standpoint, a more strong influent actually creates efficiencies and ultimately lays the groundwork for anaerobic treatment where we can get significant energy benefits. So.
Yeah, and just to mention our Pure Water program, phase 1 is going to be 100% green energy from methane capture. So we're looking at all the options. We're trying to do all the right policy priorities. Part of the thing too, when you go to a pure water program, you're siphoning off wastewater flows, and what's left for the flows is yet, we had a set of assumptions that's changing. So just, it's a complex discussion. We appreciate the opportunity.
And it also dovetails with if you are adequately implementing the program under our statewide order in 2006, sanitary sewer overflow prevention. If you're doing a good job on your capital program, replacing pipes that are vulnerable to hydrogen sulfide corrosion with plastic pipes, which have good joints that resist tree root intrusion, which is another issue you pointed out. I think this all dovetails that if you do a good job on the sewer system, doing things you're already supposed to be doing, you're going to be actually addressing these potential impacts from lower flows from conservation.
Yeah, I'm sure Adam will illuminate some of the things that people are getting. I think the bit of pushback you're getting here, because I've been through this in the earlier drought, we had all those issues in LA. We ended up having to rebuild sewer lines earlier. We had odor. We had old pipes starting to fall apart. But our reaction wasn't to say, let's stop conserving. It was then you fix it, which is the true, sewer attitude. So there's always something, in wastewater. So I'd say that it's very important for you to raise the issue. It's definitely an issue for conversation, but we have to figure out how to put it in its place and look at what are all the options you have to deal with the issue. I mean, sort of the sewer folks just deal with what comes at them. So they're
we deal with what comes at us.
So
and also
there are multiple things you can do about it, I think, is what Steve's trying to say.
And then on the recycled water thing, we just heard earlier that we should have a different standard for recycled water use. Well, what this shows is, I know in the East Bay mud system, they had a 25% reduction in water recycled water volume last year. And so they hadn't anticipated that from the conservation standard. Well, that brings up the point that conserving recycled water is just as important as conserving other potable sources. It's one water. And so I think having a different standard for recycled water, you start working against yourself.
So you've really opened a topic here. So we'll look forward to talking about it. Okay. Mr. Link, followed by Elizabeth Lovestead, followed by Drew Atwater from Moulton Gill.
Good morning. Adam Link with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I warn you, I probably won't be able to answer all of your questions in advance, but I was really here to briefly echo Kathy's comments about the need to look at the impacts to wastewater systems from the conservation regs, and particularly the indoor water conservation numbers that are being developed and changed by 2018. And I think it is well spoken that we've sort of started to learn that over the last year, several years of drought, and implementation of the conservation regs, that there are and can be some impacts to the system. What's not clear is exactly what those are. And so my request today is to, as part of this package, and my request to staff and board members, is that it be a consideration that is out there, something that is important. And just because we don't know that, okay, 55 may work, but what about 50? What about 45? Where do different agencies start to see different impacts from this conservation? And I could say, very generally, we are supportive of conservation. It is an important thing to do, but we just need greater understanding of what the impacts are to wastewater systems, because it's not just the corrosion issue and the issues with potential SSOs and things of that nature. It's also permit compliance. It's also effluent. It's understanding what comes into your system and sort of being able to readjust the assumptions on which your system is built, and taking it from there. And so my request to the board, again, consistent with what Kathy asked for, I do think it is a significant issue. I think it needs to be included in the final report. And I think from CASA's perspective, we are committed to kind of looking at these issues among ourselves, finding member agencies to develop some data, and bringing more to the table over the next year or two as that number looks to be refined into 2018. So that we can have that conversation and say, okay, what is a significant impact, and how can we be of assistance in helping manage that? So with that, I'm happy to answer any of the additional questions, but I hope that kind of addressed some of board members' Moore's concerns and the importance of having this in there.
Yeah, and I want to acknowledge that it's a significant infrastructure management issue. There's no question. And that's what the concluding statement of WEFTEC's paper was wastewater management agencies or resource recovery agencies need to plan for this. But that's kind of my point here. Conservation is here to stay. It's the California way of life. And if it's 37 gallons per person per day, that's what it's going to be. And wastewater has to adapt to it. If you're a one water group in San Diego or San Francisco or East Bay Mud, you're looking at your whole system, and it's what all the states should be doing, and taking into account that we're going to have water efficiency and plan for it. Do the work in the treatment plan, do the work in the collection system to do the necessary targeted upgrades. It doesn't mean we don't conserve. I'm just really skeptical that we're going to hit a number that says, oh, I'm sorry, that's conserving too much, in the indoor household. I just don't see that. But I'm open-minded, and we'll continue to listen and learn.
No, thank you. And I think I agree conceptually that we will have to address that as it comes. I think the key is understanding that when we make these changes and move from one number to another, that we understand what that means. And so we have that, and then we can translate that to our wastewater agency.
Yeah, and actually, point well taken. As the regulator for discharges, that's something that we need to be mindful of as we transition with the new influent. Hey, new influence happen, as police, as Chair Marcus said, new water supply, more Colorado River this year, alkalinity, it happens, and us sewer guys, we're used to it, and we'll adapt. But this points out that as the regulator, we need to be mindful of these potential changes and build in the right compliance pathway.
Well, with the big jump in conservation we had in the late 80s, early 90s drought, we had a lot of problems with our collection system. We also saved hundreds of millions of dollars on having to expand our treatment facilities and we broke the records on treatment. Why? Because we had less water to separate from the sewage. So you do have to look at it as systems.
And
There's
energy
benefits
costs.
to it as well. But there may be places where you do have an issue in your collection line, given your topography, your temperature, et cetera, and then you have to look at the options. You don't, I think what you're getting a reaction to is changing a whole statewide standard because there may be some circumstances at a number where you have to do some other things. So that's where you're, and the day that's our problem and we're that wildly successful with conservation, it's a good problem to have.
And I agree, and I wouldn't presume to say that this should be the predominant factor in the consideration, just that it should be part of the conversation.
Sure. Always.
And the day we reach that, then we can worry about climate change and sea level rise and the impact of that on our wastewater plants.
Which the whole, whole nother, that's the next briefing. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ms. Lovestad, followed by Mr. Atwater, followed by Dana Freehoff from the San Diego County Water Authority.
I'm Elizabeth Lovestad from Eastern Municipal Water District. And first, I just want to echo the praise that's been given to staff. We've spent a lot of time talking to DWR and State Water Resources Control Board staff, and we really appreciate the time that they've spent listening to us and the thoughtful response and time and effort they've put into what they have for the framework so far. We support a lot of what's being proposed to date.
You already do a lot of what's being proposed to date. So, yeah.
For eliminating water waste, permanent water waste restrictions are always a good idea. Again, we already have those in our service area, and so having standard statewide messaging is great. Development of water loss standards through the SB 555 process, we really support continuing to work through that process to develop those water loss standards. The local drought resistance, we really support the idea of putting that 5-year look ahead into the urban water management plans. Those should really contain that long-term supply and demand scenario analysis in that. And then reporting annually the supply and demand for our service area each year so that you can have the state can have a complete picture along with the hydrology supply conditions to compare that to. And so a more robust picture of the supply conditions across the state. We also strongly support the implementation of water shortage contingency plan stages based on the local supply conditions. For water, use it more wisely. We also support the proposed standards of 55 gallons per day, the initial gallon standards, and the outdoor targets based on the model efficient water landscape ordinance. We understand that there's going to be refinements over time. Those should be based on how they compare to the SBX 7-7 compliance targets as written in the executive order. We also strongly support the performance measures for commercial, industrial, and institutional. We think that's real important that we're not hindering economic development in our service area. And then for the timeline, we also support the timeline of 2025. One of the things that we did after we implemented our allocation-based tiered rate is did a study on how our customers were responding, and UCR did that study for us. And one of the things that we found really interesting is it took about 3 years for our customers to actually make the behavior changes to actually say that ongoing water savings. And so it does take some time. I mean, we were sending immediately a pretty strong financial message to all of our customers that, this is your target, this is your, you exceed it, you're going to pay a higher rate of water. And it took a while for some of them to get that message. And so providing for that extra time for the customers and the community to change their mindset. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you and all the work and effort that's gone into this.
And thank you for all the hard work you all have done over the years. I know you and others who've already done this work on evapotranspiration and a number of people. It's what creates the model for this. So thank you. I know all those years have led to an ability to think in a different way statewide. So thanks for that. Mr. Atwater, followed by Ms. Freehoff, followed by David Boland from the Association of California Water Agencies.
Thank you, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I wanted to echo comments. Molten Miguel's broadly supportive of the proposal, and I think that this helps get towards kind of deal with the kind of current situation in terms of confusion from the public that we're in presently. There's an interesting PPIC poll in July 2016 that said that a little over 60% of the public actually wants water agencies to take stronger actions.
Right.
And that was as going out of the kind of change in the regulatory framework. And I think that efficiency kind of standards, that kind of approach really helps kind of send that messaging, and it drives towards the kind of no-brain kind of message of reducing wastes and approaching it from that kind of a perspective. I also want to just echo, I think this is an opportunity to get at a lot of data to help inform that and look at getting all that information. I would say that it's not let opportunity go to waste. There's been a lack of data in the water industry over the past decades, and this kind of information really helps provide a good framework moving forward to really help kind of manage a scarce resource. And I use that word scarce because I think that's important, because what we're looking at over the long term is more of an issue of scarcity in the state and constrained resource, and trying to figure out how to manage that resource effectively, I think, is the key issue. And I also just wanted to thank all the staff across agencies. There's been a lot of collaboration, really quick timeline. They've all been very responsive and very helpful. So really want to applaud the staff. Broadly, I think there's a need that as we get all of this data, there's a need to help explain it to the public. It really provides a lot of value, but taking all of that raw information and taking a lot of analytics. We have Silicon Valley in California, a lot of smart minds. Let's take that and use it to help explain this to the public, because ultimately they're the people who are going to have to make the decisions to live with this and help meet those targets. And so providing that information in an easy to understand way. Obviously, the Save Our Water campaign has been broadly successful in the state. And so I think that continued kind of a collaboration and a long-term framework is really helpful in broadly explaining this to the public, but taking all of that data is a new kind of frontier, and I think it's important to use that. And also, I think it also helps with the transparency of the impacts of the framework. And I think that's really important as we look towards the future. I also wanted to, I think that was a really interesting point on wastewater. I think that's absolutely agencies need to plan for the future. The one thing, so my background's as an economist, I think in terms of like cost benefits, and I think that the broad opportunity really is on the outdoor frontier. There's an interesting quote I had from a conservation workshop. It's something on the order of over 90% of irrigation systems have some sort of issue with them. But if you look at, you're going to spend $10,000 to improve an irrigation system for your $100 water bill. Most people don't really make that kind of capital investment. So there's kind of a mindset shift to start thinking about like repairing irrigation systems. And that really drives towards that reducing waste, because making those sort of fixture improvements, that kind of naturally happens. And so I think from a policy perspective, focusing on the outdoors to kind of get that kind of mindset change, to really think, we've done a survey recently and actually found most people think that they use more water indoors than outdoors, even in the
Right.
current
No,
drought.
people don't realize how much. I think a lot of people learned it in this drought because
Yeah.
they saw how much.
They're still confusing, so there's always opportunities to increase.
And then the beeper didn't go, but you should probably wrap, or you're going to get daggers from behind you.
No, definitely.
All the hungry people behind you.
Yeah. So I guess with closing, I would just end
Sorry.
with the I think that from a cost benefit perspective, that if there's a need to reduce and have a lower efficiency target, the outdoor is really where the larger opportunity is. Thank you.
Thanks. And,
Thanks very much.
And Drew deserves a lot of credit for his work in the California Data Collaborative. We appreciate your leadership on that.
Terrific. Ms. Freehoff, followed by Mr. Boland, followed by Jennifer Burke from the city of Santa Rosa.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Dana Freehoff. I'm a Water Resources Manager at the San Diego County Water Authority. First, I want to thank you for including the Water Authority on the Urban Advisory Group. Really appreciate the opportunity to participate in the process and provide input into the framework. For my comments today, I want to focus on the two of the directives on water use targets and shortage contingency planning. So first on the water use targets, I think in general we support the staff recommendation. For example, in regards to starting at 55 GPCD and not having a volumetric CII standard, because again, we've got to protect that processed water and so we don't harm our economy. We also support compliance in 2025. I think, we have to differentiate between the fact that we are putting in place some long-term permanent water use targets. This is not an emergency situation. This is a long-term water use targets. And I think it's really important to distinguish the difference between the two. We're not talking about extraordinary conservation where you do not water your lawn. My lawn is brown right now. But we're talking about long-term where you replace that lawn with low water using plants, and that takes time. So again, we support the 2025 in regards to compliance. It also provides time for water agencies to put the tools in place if they need to put a different rate structure, for example, in place. So again, we support the 2025. In regards to the shortage contingency planning, again, we support the staff proposals to strengthen the water shortage contingency plans. I think with some common statewide elements, for example, the local triggers, the stages, the percent reduction, the conservation actions, all should be better linked together in the plan. And I think with some common standards that will help agencies to do that. And again, I think as was mentioned, decisions those in regards to those triggers and stages need to be kept at the local level. The community needs to put those together themselves because they're the ones that are going to have to implement those measures. We also support the proposal to conduct the annual assessment. I think this is going to provide some great information to the state, to the public, what the supply conditions are in local communities, to assess shortage situations. And I think most importantly, it's going to help the state know where they need to focus their resources in a drought situation. So what I'd hope we can see is not only have precipitation map, but also have a map that will show what the supply situation from a water supply perspective is for those urban agencies and what the shortages are. Because I think those two pieces will really help tell a better picture of what's going on. And we also, as Elizabeth mentioned, the 5-year sort of drought risk assessment or stress test should be included in the shortage contingency plan, in the urban water management plan. That's where it makes sense. I know when I go to my board with shortage management actions, I'm just basically focusing on the current year, maybe the next year. But 5 years out, that really needs to go in the planning document. And then we envision with these improvements in the planning and in the reporting that we can avoid the state having to mandate a one-size-fits-all reduction that we've seen during this last drought. So that would be our goal. And again, thank you for your comments.
Size fits most.
Okay.
One credit for those tears.
But again, to take into account local supply conditions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boland, followed by Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm David Boland, Association of California Water Agencies. SaveOurWater.com.
Right.
Go right to it while you're watching this. You can Google it. Save Our Water. Yeah. So the and that will bifurcate my comments a little bit to focus on the emergency regs report a little bit, and the fact that in that case, Save Our Water is working really well. Not just in that case, in all cases, but in that particular case, I think the emphasis and the perspective needs to be on the small corona, I guess, of blue behind those little dots. There was an awesome graphic there with the state of California and the size of the regional gallons per capita per day, and the fact that the footprint of the orange, which was the 2015 numbers, was essentially almost exactly the same for most parts of California. There were some parts where there was a little bit of blue discernible, but it's kind of in the background. It's a small amount of growth proportionate to the total. And that was the case in all areas of the state. And in some cases, it's imperceptible. You couldn't really even read it on that particular graphic. So the point here is that a lot of agencies and a lot of Californians in those agencies have been staying the course and doing significant amounts of conservation in light of a change in our approach from a critical, all hands on deck, fire alarm, 25% targets, tiered approach to a current reliance on supply reliability and again emphasis on what we can do in the face of this continuing drought, and so I guess I would encourage that kind of perspective, and that if there are certain agencies where there are some exceptions to that, the exception should not be considered the rule, and the exception should not drive an entire program off the cliff. So we would encourage the state to carefully review the data as it's collected. Again, we look at this as a cumulative basis. We're in August data. There's still September and October data to come. And I think it's important to look at those cases and to unpack the individual stories. Appreciated the staff's emphasis on the fact that the 8 suppliers that raised their actual consumption over 2013, that those each had a story as to why that's happening. And there's a story behind some of the others as well. So I would encourage the staff to focus on that. And, let's work this program. We think this program is overall quite effective for California. And just remember, this is an 18% from a already fairly low 2013 water use. That was the baseline. So we are 18% below that in 1 month, and cumulatively over 23%, which is pretty darn close to the ideal 25% that we got through mandatory provisions. So again, perspective. So I want to shift very quickly to the fact that
No, go ahead.
All right, just real quick. Executive order, just again, lots of appreciation and accolades for the process. Since everybody did that, I'll just drop that. Staff's great. We appreciate it. Good process, good input. We're doing it. We're working the system. Got a lot of people engaged, technical people, leaders, thought leaders, and we're providing good input. We're cautiously optimistic on a lot of elements of it. We support a lot of things. You heard some of the support in general. Aqua is preparing with our members and with other associations a letter bigger than just Aqua that will convey a lot of those points of support and a substantial input in terms of where we'd like to see the framework going on certain policy points. And rather than go into those, I guess I'll direct folks to some of the remarks that have been made before me about specifics, and then about this upcoming letter. And we just look forward to the process, look forward to interacting on the draft as it comes out, and then of course the process in the legislature as we start to identify needed changes to the statutes to implement all this stuff. And again, just underscoring the fact that this is a process. We are changing substantially the way Californians think about water through time. It's a big commitment, big investment by the public and by our communities. And so we need to give due course to the right timetable on that. And I think, again, we support overall the staff's proposed timetable on this. So with that, I guess I just wanted on ag, even better news on ag. Really appreciate the ag process, the fact that it's planning focused, outcomes based, and this idea of integration, with groundwater management and with all the other responsible management elements that ag water suppliers have to account for, that this needs to be a tool that gets up and goes and doesn't just add additional regulatory burdens. And so we appreciate that. We think the staff is presenting a proposal that can be well supported, and we're cautiously optimistic on that front as well.
That's great. Thanks. And thanks for all of your incredible work through the course of the drought. All right, Ms. Burke.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. And it's always a little intimidating to be the last speaker before lunch, so I will try to be quick. We do appreciate the process, the Urban Advisory Group process, and the ability to have discussions and provide technical input on the process, and really appreciate the staff work. In relation to the shortage plans, we are very supportive of a lot of the actions or a lot of the information that's been provided today, and appreciate the recognition that shortage plans do need to be at the local level with local actions. We are supportive of doing the annual demand supply analysis and having the 5-year drought risk analysis in the urban water management plan. And we're also looking forward to next week's workshops about the rural communities as an area in Santa Rosa and in Sonoma and Marin counties that have a lot of smaller entities. We think it is important for those entities that don't quite reach the level of having to do a shortage plan by statute, but already have them and do implement them, that it's important to keep that flexibility option open so that those shortage plans are not just at the county level, but for those that have the ability, they have an option to have their own independent shortage plan. In terms of the target setting, we are also supportive of the year 2025 compliance. Right now, with the information on the target setting, we don't know what our target would be. There's a lot of data and information that the state is going to provide in order for us to be able to do that because we don't have the land use cover analysis for our whole service area. And in order to get that data, there's going to be a lot of technical assistance and funding that's needed, and really to allow us agencies to then see what those new targets will be, and then design programs so that we can ensure we can meet them. So we are supportive of giving us that time to be able to do that. And then last, I wouldn't be coming from Santa Rosa if I didn't also try to make a pitch one more time for allowing for another option for regional alliances to be able to comply with long-term water use efficiency targets. In our area, we did form the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership back in 2008. It's 11 agencies in those two counties. We've been working together. When the SBX 7-7 legislation came about, we formed a regional alliance and submitted that. We're operating under that, and we've been working together really well. We've received numerous awards and recognition from EPA WaterSense, and it really has allowed us to work together to implement common programs that achieve cost efficiencies for marketing and conservation programs. We think this would be a great option when we're looking at a long-term water use target to allow agencies, if they are interested, to form a region and allow for regional compliance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for closing on a note that'll make Mr. Woodling happy. We have a whole full circle there coming. You didn't have to make your pitch for all the things that, see, there you go. It just works out sometimes. So thank you. This was all really helpful, and helpful to just hear the different views. Everything about it was helpful. So I want to thank you very much. If my colleagues don't have more to say, I want to do some scheduling suggestion. I think we do need to take our lunch break now. We wouldn't be able to finish the next two items by 1 anyway, and that seems essential. So I want to know how much time you all want. We have two very important presentations coming up in addition to board member reports. So do you want a half hour? Do you want an hour? It's staff giving us the updates. I suspect there'll be people listening over the web. Hopefully there aren't too many people in the audience that will have to stay, but I'm open to suggestion. 1:30? Okay, so 50 minutes. Is that all right? Okay, we will reconvene at 1:30 for our remaining items. Sorry, we jumped on you, but And that was my biggest issue, was even telling anybody, no, so what you're telling me is to do projectile for it using oh, at all? Oh, okay, see, no, that's how we change it. Because we've been doing that for, I don't know how long. may have, did you look at the media during your lunch break? I mean, we were trying to ring the bell, but I think we may have rung it too hard. If there's one we cancel, we can do some of it. We can do Facebook. Something on Facebook. Or we can all just take a nap. It's such a relentless year. Or I can use it to read water. Yeah.
Now I can think of it. My brain is shot. Yes, something's not. What can you do about this, Dan?
It's not my thing.
And I'm not into order. I'm really not, but at some point you gotta eat.
Yes.
I would say that.
You're welcome.
Well, it's interesting, the headline, though. I
know, not a good headline.
No. I'll have to look at that. Okay. Okay. Thank you for coming back. We're reconvening at 11 or at 1:41. Sorry to come back late. Appreciate your sticking with us. We're now on to item number 6. Looking forward to it.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Kathy Maroka. I'm with the Division of Water Rights, the enforcement program, and we have a lot of drought responsibilities that originate in that program. I'm joined today by Nathan Weaver with the Office of Chief Counsel. We actually have a team of 3 that handles this particular regulation, and Paul Wells is in the audience, and he's our other team member. So we wanted to provide a little update for you. So this item originated as Senate Bill 88, which Governor Brown signed on June 24th of 2015. And then subsequently, the State Water Board adopted a regulation to implement SB 88. And then that regulation was approved by the Office of Administrative Law. There are 2 parts to this regulation: reporting and measurement. So why measure and report? The implementation of improved measurement and reporting will improve water right administration, improve transparency of diversion records, allowing the board and all water users to more efficiently manage and use available water supplies, and it will improve the protection of public trust resources. So with this bill, there's uniform annual reporting requirements across all types of water rights. Previously, we had different reporting requirements for different types of water rights, including the statement program, which was only once every 3 years they'd report annual data. So when we looked at what do we need, we not only need data, we need it quicker in the year, more timely reporting of data, so we can plug that data into our water supply modeling efforts for drought management. We were able to move the timeline for reporting for the permit, license, registration, and stockpile certificate programs to April the 1st, but we would need subsequent legislation to move the reporting for statements to an earlier date. So that stays at its original date of July the 1st. So we're actually going to receive a large chunk of our reporting much earlier in the year now. So one of the big aspects for us is that we had a lot of non-uniformity throughout our program, where some people, the permit and license holders and statement holders, were reporting on electronic format for us, which means that the data is instantly transparent to the water use community. It's put into the portal where everyone can see it right away. But in our reporting, there were certain classes of rights, which were the registrations. They only reported once every 5 years, and it was by paper. And so those records then weren't available, in a convenient format for other people to look at. So now that's one of our big water rights system improvements, is that everything is in our portal. The public has that opportunity to see it. So that's a big, big improvement for us. One of the other items on our reporting is that we're trying to make the reporting uniform stylistically for across all classes of rights. The statement program previously had different information that it required you report on than the permit and license program. And the statement program, that's our pre-14 on our riparian rights. And they were subject to an earlier water measurement requirement. And that requirement meant that on their reporting forms, they checked boxes to indicate if they had meters or other devices. But that earlier reporting requirement also had the not locally cost-effective choice, which we'll talk about in a minute regarding measurement. So now what we're trying to do for the water use community is that on January 1, when we come out with this year's forms to report your use, which they come out long before they're due so that people have an opportunity to fill them out, the report's going to look alike, and everybody's going to have check boxes and things to indicate what kind of meters and things they use. Now, under our phased-in implementation of this regulation regarding the measurement part, a lot of the permit and license program aren't required to measure yet. Their dates are coming, they're rolling into place. January 1 is a big date for a lot of users, and then July of next year, big dates for us. But the information, and they can check the boxes on that on their forms, will be available somewhat sooner, so they'll get used to seeing what this looks like. So that new reporting form has been out there. We've tested it with some large agents that have a lot of water clients, and that testing's gone well, and so that's going to be ready for our public release on time when we normally send these out. So I've already covered some of this slide, but I did want to say some of the other things we're trying to do to help the public on this effort. So the first time that they check the boxes, like what kind of meter they're using and how they measure, they'll have to go through and check the boxes. The next year, the form will pre-populate based on their prior year's indications there.
Just like your tax, well, I don't know the way, you just have to change the number.
If you wanted to change how you're doing your measurement, then you would change a different box. But it'll make it simpler so that, we pre-populate more and more information on the form based on the prior year's data.
It'll be like buying something from Amazon.com. Our goal is to be well ahead of IRS on this. Shuffle right over that high bar.
Okay, and this is a table I've presented a number of times. It shows the due dates for when, measurement's going to happen. It is a tiered table based on your water diversion size. And as you get increasingly larger in size, then you're going to have a more skilled person doing your measurement. But we did make sure that we had listened to people like Joe Ray's in the audience today. He's from Pacific Gas and Electric. They have a really talented crew of people that works under the direction of an engineer. We made sure that all of their talented crew of people could do measurement rather than just specifying engineers. Right. So we haven't had too much feedback regarding this table other than, some people don't want to measure as often as is shown in this table. Just so you know, that's a pretty common comment which we receive. We haven't received that much comment regarding the required accuracy. People want to know, how would you measure that accuracy? What would you do? And we've been addressing those kind of comments as we go. The primary comment on that is, on the reservoir storage, it's generally measured with knowing the capacity of your reservoir and calibrating that to a staff gauge. And people wanted to know, would that meet your accuracy requirement? And we've been telling them it does. It is the tool that you use to measure reservoirs. So basically, if they have the reservoir survey capacity, then they can use that tool. So we've been, trying to message that so that they know that since that's the state of the art today, that will work for us.
One thing, I could use a little clarification on. You have annual reporting requirements, and that's what the form gets set up. But part of the benefit of this more frequent monitoring is more real-time information for water users to coordinate and maybe public trust protection. So if it's an annual report, it doesn't have that same kind of time-sensitive value as if it were entered more frequently.
That's true, and that's kind of a great point, a jump-off point, because we've actually had inquiries lately from water districts that are very worried about managing their watersheds, their basins, and they want to know what people are taking on a more real-time basis. And they're out in the AB 2121 area, which had already had stricter measurement requirements for new rights that are issued. Those requirements didn't catch the older rights out there. The new law does. And so we are getting that inquiry. So we're looking at what are our tools and how could we move forward on that. We aren't there yet. Right now for 2017, we are telling people if you have a more stringent measurement requirement to collect that data, keep that data. We may ask for it, but it's on a, we will ask for it basis. We are able to accept a lot of data by attachment to the forms, but as you say, that comes in once a year. In the regulation, we are allowed to call for data to be submitted more frequently under drought or other water shortage events. And so I can foresee where, when we're doing supply modeling and we're particularly tight in a specific watershed, we might call for that data early. But as you note from the dates here, a lot of folks don't have to measure yet. So this isn't an issue where we have that data ready to go from the water diversion community yet. So as, we're going to try and be on top of that as we move forward to look at how we could, manage getting more data in more promptly once this kicks in for those diverters.
I appreciate that. It also, it just would empower water market type arrangements as well. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I attended during the development a couple of the staff workshops, and it was during the heat of the drought, so to speak. And so reporting and the frequency of reporting and curtailments was on everyone's minds. And I do recall that staff said that during, in other words, you made folks aware of the provision that allows more frequent reporting during periods of drought. So people shouldn't be surprised.
No, they shouldn't be surprised. But of course, their installation deadlines have to happen first before they would be collecting the data that we could call for. And certainly, like I say, we have had a lot of inquiry, because this is a great management tool, and we'll look to see what we're going to do. Like telemetering, when we looked at that issue, that is a requirement for the large diversion group, and that kicks in 2020. On that group, we said to, websites and things like that. So we were looking to try and have, use the CDEX site of Department of Water Resources or some other common place to lodge data. And we're going to look at that issue here also on, measurement, like what's a good place to lodge data. So we are going to entertain those discussions and move this ball forward.
Greg Gerhardt is right behind you as I was looking into the audience, and then John Marshak. So,
and that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, and so the regulation itself has some built-in leeway within it. It has a couple of different concepts. One is the measurement method concept, and the other is the alternative compliance plan. And so what this is that we know we're such a diverse state, one size does not fit all. So a measurement method does not release you from the measurement accuracy standards. What it does, though, is it allows people to come together as groups and measure, like at the head of a ditch, and use math to figure out how much each subsequent diverter took. Yeah, shares, correlative shares type thing. I mean, so it allows you to tell us about your actual operations, how it works, and show us how you could do an effective measurement plan based on how your system actually works. And the alternative compliance plan is the one where if there's 4 different tests for, when you can't meet the regulation, and it allows you to submit an alternative. It does not release you from all of the requirements to measure. What it does, though, is it allows us to change the standard for the accuracy or to do other things, because some people are not going to be able to do everything under the regulation. So on the form development, that's been a topic of particular interest for the public. The other one is the request for additional time form. And time extensions can only be approved for 2 years at a time. So it's a limited type time extension. So we developed the alternative compliance form and the time extension form. We circulated those out for public comment, got the comments back, and we have written those forms over to address comments, and we're very comfortable with those forms. The measurement method form is currently out on a public comment period, so same process for that form. We'll adapt it based on comments we get, and then at that point, we're going to submit the package for executive review. And after our executive review, to make sure we're all on one page on everything, we have to send it out for IT and programming. And it sounds funny to say, oh, programming, but every box you have, a click box where you enter data, that's a programming thing. Right. And so we want to make sure that these are simple to use, electronic forms.
They work.
And that they work, and that our instructions are clear, right. And that people know, like what is mandatory fields, what's optional fields, things, the basics of good form design.
I have a nephew whose job it is to take computer programs and try to break them before. So maybe we should just have him volunteer to try to break it first and make sure it works.
Well, first I have to get IT to do it electronically for me. And so, we have people that have a January 1st, 2017 due date for when they have to start their measurement. So we know they're very eager to get these forms. We think that by about November 1, we'll be ready to roll, get that programming done for us and stuff like that. Can't, make a commitment on the programming. Programmers can't do any work until we give them the final format form. But that's where we're at on the form. Like I say, that's been a topic of great public interest. Yeah, let's see, I kind of covered these and that. And now Nathan's going to go ahead and talk regarding our public outreach efforts.
Sure. So we are, as Kathy mentioned, we're working to create uniform forms for the different kinds of water rights, statements, registrations, permits, licenses, etc. We've been working with the Delta Water Master's Office to develop alternative compliance plan, measurement method, and additional time request forms. And we have kept a dedicated phone and email line for people to call in and ask questions about measurement and what they need to be doing. And Paul Wells at the division deserves a lot of credit for making sure we're getting back to folks. We have both division and the Delta Water Master's Office have presented at numerous public meetings and question and answer sessions. So for Kathy and I, we've gone to a meeting of regional cattlemen's groups in MacArthur. Earlier in June, we spoke at the state convention for the California Cattlemen's Association. Just yesterday, we did an event with the Farm Bureau. Tomorrow, we have an event with the Water District, and we've been meeting with water masters, engineering firms, and a lot of just individual farmers who have questions and schedule appointments and come in. And we're really learning a lot about the diversity of different water rights situations in the state.
I have to jump in. You guys have been great, and I've been hearing a lot of positive things about all the outreach. You've been very helpful, answering questions, and I know you're going to talk about alternative compliance. So I know that's something that people have appreciated your work on as well.
Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. We hosted an informational fair at the State Water Board on the 22nd. I believe we have some pictures. We had over 300 water right holders, statement filers, vendors, and other folks come out. We packed buyer and share. I know for me, we had a 1-hour question and answer session that spread out to about 3 hours, and that's been recorded for folks who want to request it if they couldn't make it. Those are some more pictures, just of the different vendors and diversity of equipment we had out. Do you want to talk about the
I wanted to say one of the funniest little snippets from that fair was that we had so many people at our informational table for State Water Board staff that had questions they wanted to ask that the fire marshal made us change the direction of the line because it went all the way from where our table was, which was outside the Sierra room, all the way across that catwalk area. So we were very, very busy that day, and we made sure everyone's questions were answered, but that's the first time I've had a line have to move due to a fire marshal. I thought it was funny.
Can't have a queue on the catwalk?
We had a queue on the catwalk, yes.
You're not allowed to.
Apparently, no. You have to leave access, so.
Right. You learn something new every day.
So to talk some about different issues we've encountered as we've done our outreach. So one of the very common questions we've had has been about ponds and how to apply these regulations to ponds. Under the measurement regulations, you can use any device or method that's capable of meeting the accuracy requirements and the recording interval. So we've had a lot of folks who have just been relieved to learn that you can measure a 15 acre-foot pond with a staff gauge. You can read it once a month. You can keep a logbook. That's all completely compliant with the regulation. You just need to make sure that your staff gauge is rated well. So this has been a huge relief to folks who were, I think, worried about having to put a meter on different streams that might be going to the pond or different channels going into the pond. This is a much easier option for them. And we've, at this point, developed a presentation on how to use a staff gauge, how to install a staff gauge. We have that posted on our web, and we're making sure that folks are getting to see that. And in most cases, the compliance deadline will be January 1, 2018. So we're thinking about what more can we do to get the word out.
And how do you use a staff gauge?
So a staff gauge is,
I'll do that one.
Yeah.
So engineer will do that question.
Okay.
Okay. So a staff gauge, a reservoir itself is going to have the ability to store a certain amount of water each height up your water is in the dam. It's got a certain shape to it. So first you survey the shape of the reservoir, and you know that when that reservoir is 1 foot deep, it's holding 3.3 acre feet of water. When the reservoir is 2 feet deep, it's holding 8.2 acre feet. So you have this curve that relates the staff gauge height to the reservoir body size. And so once you do it once, then you can read it anytime based on that calibration.
So is it a permanent gauge in the middle of the pond or reservoir, or is it something you can take out and stick in like the way you do a Secchi disc or something?
Well, what's fun about this is that cattle love to rub on these things, and so often you'll see them set like a little ways back from the shoreline to prevent that issue. And it's kind of an entertaining side note what cattle will do to your equipment. But they are set permanently. And then if you have have one break or something, you reset the new one at that same height because it is a calibrated device.
That's great.
So another emerging issue we're working on is how to measure water diverted in the Delta, which because of things like tidal influences, use of siphons, shared points of diversion, concerns about fouling of intakes and things like that. There are a lot of folks who are concerned that their situation is unique. The Delta Water Master is actually in the Delta today doing outreach on this subject and is working to come up with basically an experiment process to test what works in different situations and seeing if there's interest for folks to opt into that. And he'll be convening another meeting here on October 12th. And then the last issue that we're working on and working to get the word out on has been alternative compliance plans, because there are situations where folks do need to change something slightly from what's strictly required by the regs. So this could be everything on the easy end from, I'd like to not go read my staff gauge on my pond in January when there's snow on the ground, or we have a couple of folks who are interested in installing their own equipment for a larger water right and they want to demonstrate that they're qualified to do that. Those would be some of the simpler alternative compliance plans, and then you can have more complex things like you'd measure a certain number of siphons and then you'd use that information to figure out what your other siphons were doing.
Do you have a plan for when the materials will be out? Giving examples.
Yes, we do. So on that, as soon as we have developed both a Delta example and a non-Delta example on the alternative compliance plans. But the one that's non-Delta, it's a simpler situation in the snow issue. I really want to get some other examples developed and out there. And I think that by the time that we get our executive review of the different forms, that at that point staff will have additional examples that we will have compiled so that we can give more meaningful help to the public. Because really what we want to show them is what it takes to successfully apply for a plan. And part of the route to success on this is that we have to post under the regulation the plans on a public website, our website. And so we intend to post under a different section there, plans that have previously been approved. The plans don't require our approval. They're subject to audit because of the issue of delaying implementation if we had to review everything coming in at the front end. But we want to clearly signal what works for us. And so that would be the plan, is to, either the ones we've developed as examples, but also as the public comes forward and gives us examples that we think are really interesting, that address common issues. We want to make sure we put those in a special place so that people know that this is what it takes to, have success.
The Sassoon RCD example seemed like an outlier during our hearings. It was more of a brackish water diversion, and so it wasn't a classic, irrigation or urban water use. And so you're working on an alternative compliance plan for them that's suited to the habitat management.
So what Michael George has been working on quite a bit is the issue, like, how do you measure when you have a lot of siphons? Kind of an interesting issue when you're in the delta, because the measurement would be different on the different sides of an island based on how the wind piles up the water, the currents and things. So he's looking at issues like, could you just measure at like 1 or 2 siphons in a row of 10 siphons, and then take sample measurements at other siphons that have a different exposure. So he's working on other kinds of issues right now, and looking at, what is meaningful data, what he would tend to approve. And so I know he's on the topic and working hard on it.
It relates to both of these examples in the slide, the North Delta and the Sassoon Marsh both. Okay, thanks.
So we are also continuing to work to just get the word out on these requirements, make sure folks understand what they need to do to be in good shape. So we have sent a letter to all the diverters informing them of the new rules. We presented at public meetings like we've talked about. We're keeping the website regularly stocked with new information as more questions come in. And then we're also, we have email notifications sent to inform stakeholders of significant updates. And that concludes our presentation.
It builds on the last update you did, which I think was right after the information fair that you did. That's great. Other questions? Any cards? That's very thorough. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
I felt like I was there. That was good.
Okay.
Get all the
Yeah.
outreach.
Thanks for all the outreach. It's critical.
Item number 7, the item we've all been waiting for. Thank you for getting this on the agenda so fast. I really appreciate it. This is one of those inquiring minds really want to know. So it's both what we're doing about it, and this is the face of the future. So no time like the present to deal with it. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
So we have a couple of staff here that are going to present the ABS, Beverly Anderson ABS and John Marshak.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Bev Anderson ABS, and I'm environmental scientist with the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. And to my left is John Marshak, the Executive Director for the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. Before I start into what I'm going to talk about, I just want to thank Board Member Moore for his leadership and support in dealing with the harmful algal blooms that we've been seeing in California, and hope that we can continue working with him on this issue. So thank you very much.
Oh, I want to call you Mr. Algae now, but I won't.
Mr. Algol, I think is the right word. Right?
That would be correct.
I'll just start calling you Hab. I'll call you Hab.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You deserve all the credit. Thank you, but I'm so glad of the work that you all have pioneered and all the swamp staff around the state. Thank you.
I'm going to start with just a very brief background of what cyanobacteria and harmful algal blooms are, and then get into what the meat of our presentation will be. Cyanobacteria are also called blue-green algae, and they're found in most kinds of water bodies and worldwide. They can be found as single cells or as colonies, and they can form very dense blooms in some of the lakes and water bodies that we have in California. In 2016, we've seen blooms in over 40 locations throughout much of California, from the Oregon border down into Southern California. And we've worked, the state swamp staff has worked closely with the regional boards and the US EPA to assist counties and water body managers in response to many of these blooms. Some of these blooms are relatively harmless, although they may be unsightly and associated with adverse tastes and odors. But some can release one or more toxins that can cause skin irritation, liver damage, and in the case of antitoxin A, can cause very rapid onset of symptoms such as vomiting and convulsions, and we've seen deaths with dogs and livestock that ingest this toxin. Freshwater HABs have been increasing in frequency and severity worldwide, as well as in California. And these increases have been variously linked to increasing temperatures, high nutrient loads that support bloom growth, and the recent drought, which we've of course heard a lot about today, with the subsequent low flows and warmer, slow-moving water where blooms tend to build up. HABs can create significant water quality issues and can impact a number of beneficial uses, including contact recreation, drinking water, aquatic life, and wildlife. We've had a number of lakes that have been closed to swimming in all or part during this year due to high toxin levels. Lake Elsinore in Southern California had its highest toxin levels ever recorded this year, with 91,000 parts per billion of microcystin. And at one point, they were detecting 4 toxins concurrently, which we've not had an incident of previously.
Where was that again?
Lake Elsinore.
In Elsinore.
And yeah, this is you mentioned the 3 beneficial use area, but also how about consumption of fish and shellfish? Is that affected as well?
That definitely can be. We've seen, specifically on the coast, we had the Dungeness crab fishery shut down. We know that the toxins will bioaccumulate in mussels and other shellfish, so yes, that can definitely be affected by it. And going back to a little bit about the closures, I just received an email this morning that 2 lakes in East Bay parks have again been closed because the toxin levels rose again, potentially due to this last little rain we had, washing nutrients into the water bodies and causing the blooms to come up again. So we are seeing a lot of this occurring throughout the state. In January of this year, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program released its statewide freshwater HABs assessment and support strategy, which outlines actions and tools that will help address the increasing incidence of blooms throughout the state. And it will help us learn more about the conditions and triggers leading to some of these blooms. The strategy has 3 main components: response to events, ambient monitoring, and risk assessment, which are divided into water body scale actions and regional and statewide scale actions. At the water body scale, the immediate event response would be triggered by a satellite imagery hit for phycocyanin, which is a pigment that's only produced by cyanobacteria, or other evidence of a bloom. So far, most of our blooms have been reported based on visual observation. And this would inform public notification and bloom management at that level. Long-term event response includes the development of local action plans and possibly TMDLs, which we've seen in a couple of locations, and the implementation of management and remediation strategy. The strategy also calls for regular monitoring of water bodies where there are recurrent blooms or those at high risk for blooms. And there's a lot of information in that strategy, which of course you've all had plenty of time to read.
I remember one about immediate event response. It seemed like detecting phycocyanin, there's limits to the scale at which we can do that from satellite, more of the larger lakes. Is that right?
That's correct, and I'll go into a little more detail about that.
Because it makes me wonder about what are the early, how do we detect a problem in a place like a small Oakland lake, and are we depending more on regular monitoring to do that than satellite?
For the time being, we're depending on regular monitoring and visual observations. We are working with some researchers to develop algorithms to use higher resolution satellites so that we can get these early detections by satellite for those smaller lakes as well. So under the response to HAB events, a lot of resources and infrastructure have been developed and deployed this year. The California Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Network, or the CCHAB, has released updates to the 2010 Harmful Algal Bloom Guidance, including a decision tree and narrative explanation for posting and deposting of water bodies, human health trigger levels for 3 cyanotoxins, and that's been updated. We had 2 cyanotoxins covered previously, so an additional toxin has been added to the trigger levels.
Just to interview, is that why we're seeing more announcements? It's not just that more are happening, it's also that you have a system for announcing them.
That's very likely a part of the reason that we're seeing more, because it is a system that things can be reported that we didn't have in place prior to this year. So we do know that we are getting more blooms throughout the state based on anecdotal evidence and talking to places, to locals where some of these blooms are occurring, where they've indicated they've never seen blooms before. So that does come out, but definitely looking for them, we're finding them. And that's, the reporting system is helping a lot with that.
There's also more public awareness because the press have picked up on this issue as being important. We've seen a number of articles in both newspapers and online that are alerting people to this issue.
Surface water ambient monitoring program also recently received the final draft version of field standard operating procedures. So we'll be finalizing those, and these cover sampling in different types of water bodies. And we've received an initial draft version for laboratory SOPs for a number of different analyses that can be done. Several rounds of training have been completed that emphasized identification of blooms and response actions, as well as workshops for regional board staff, water agencies, counties, and other groups. I spend a good deal of my time traveling around the state giving presentations. Polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, equipment has been secured for the North Coast region and the Department of Fish and Wildlife's Water Pollution Control Laboratory. So they're beginning to investigate the usefulness of that tool to identify cyanoHABs and toxin genes as a potential early warning system for these blooms coming up. And then over the past several months, as I mentioned, more than 40 bloom incidents have been reported to the online system. And the state board swamp staff has been working with those regional boards and the locals to manage and analyze the toxins for those blooms. So we've done a lot of work with locals to help with those incidents as they occur. We were able to put in emergency contracts to work with veterinarians in the case of any dog or livestock death that we might be able to handle and find out what killed them. Fortunately, we so far haven't had to use that. And we're working with Ben Genetics for testing analysis of toxins and genes that are not covered by Water Pollution Control Lab. And also the CCHAB, under the Water Quality Monitoring Council, developed a HAB portal, a centralized website that was outlined in the strategy, and John's going to take over and go over some of the tools that are available on that portal.
Thank you, Bev. Before I do, I want to spend a little more time talking about CCHAB. This is the California Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Network, or CCHAB. It's a partnership of a lot of different levels of government agencies, state, local, and federal. Tribes are also involved. We have 4 tribes actively working with us at almost every meeting. A number of other non-governmental organizations, universities, citizen action groups, and so on. As you can see from all the logos present, it's quite an extensive organization. And this is under the overarching guidance of the Monitoring Council. The mission of CCHAB is to work towards a comprehensive and coordinated program to both identify and address the causes and impacts of cyanobacteria and harmful algal blooms in California. And as was mentioned, they initially did develop a guidance for dealing with recreational impacts from harmful algal blooms back in 2010. And that framework has been updated more recently. More recent updates include, actually the updates were triggered by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment coming out with action levels for the different toxins that we're commonly encountering. And so the older document needed to be updated to account for these new action levels. And in doing that, a decision tree was developed based on concentrations of these toxins or cell counts of the organisms involved to either post a lake with a caution, a warning, or a danger level. And so we have the decision tree, the trigger levels that are used in the decision making, as well as signage that was field vetted by the Department of Public Health a couple of times in order to perfect them, make sure they were well understood, not just by English speakers, but Spanish speakers as well. And we have versions for in both languages. Obviously, more languages need to be developed with this signage as we move forward. So the portal, we had with this bloom season a real urgent need to both collect information and to get information back out to people, both local agencies dealing with these blooms as well as the public. And so we decided to run with scissors a bit and not go through the normal channels of getting approval from the Monitoring Council for a mock-up first and then all of that. We just dove in and did it. They'll review it at their next meeting in December. So this is the My Water Quality homepage. As you can see from the center lower part of the screen, there is the link to the harmful algal bloom.
Eye-catching.
Thank you. Portal.
Eye-catching. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, the harmful algal blooms can create some really unusual patterns in water, and some of them are quite beautiful. So this is the homepage of the harmful algal blooms portal. We do two things here. I'm going to scroll down just a little bit so you can see more. We have, first of all, a rudimentary map of all of the places where we've seen harmful algal blooms in freshwater bodies in California. I'll get to marine a little bit later. And then on the right-hand side, we have a number of detailed questions that lead people to additional information broken out into a number of theme areas, which I'll go through one at a time. The first one, what are harmful algal blooms? So we have a page that talks about what are harmful algae, why are they important, where do they come from, why should I be concerned about them? Then going back to the home page, the next major topic area is where are harmful algal blooms occurring? Well, we have three different tools we eventually envision to have fully implemented through the portal. First of all, a way of recording all of our freshwater HABs, and that's the one on the left. In the middle, we have marine harmful algal blooms, and then on the right, the satellite data, which is still under construction. So first of all, the freshwater harmful algal blooms are recorded on this page, both on a map. The color of the dot indicates how recent we have information on that particular bloom, and then they're also listed on a scrollable table to the right with the dates initially discovered and also the most recent date where we have more recent data. And if you click on a particular or hover over a particular dot, you get more detailed information about exactly where the bloom is, when it was measured, who's responsible for that water body, what kind of water body it is, and more detailed information, for example, if there were toxins detected. And then in the middle, we have a link to CalHabMap, which is an already existing website that coordinates detection of domoic acid poisoning and other bloom incidents along California's coast. This system has been in place for a number of years. We're simply partnering with them and using their tools and highlighting them through the portal. So again, you can click on a particular symbol along the coast and get more detailed information about that bloom. And I have to unfortunately report, it looks like domoic acid is climbing in crab again already this year, so we may not have a season. Wait to be seen, but it's not looking good so far. And then on the right, this is a tool that's under development. We hope to be able to use the ability of satellites to look at various pigments like phycocyanin in order to see where is a bloom occurring at a fairly early stage in its development. And so this is an example on Clear Lake. The darker red colors indicate the higher concentrations of phycocyanin. And this is the kind of technology we hope to expand to large water bodies initially throughout the state, later on through more detailed information that Bev will present a little bit later, looking at the same information in smaller water bodies.
Where do you get the data?
Through NOAA and NASA. These are satellites that in some cases are NASA satellites or European Space Agency satellites. And then through NOAA and NASA, we have access to the data as a pilot state for this technology.
That's great. And presumably you can then at some point get, an alarm to trigger, email to trigger whenever it's easy. It's not like you have to look at it every day. It can give you that early alert.
We will actually have a service looking at these on a regular basis when they come in and alerting us to then trigger our alert system to the locals.
Getting kind of Star Trek-y. I like it.
Then back to the HABS portal homepage, the next theme area is what can I do about a bloom? So really two things here. People get confused, first of all, about what a harmful algal bloom is compared to a normal algal bloom. And so we have some resources, links at the top of the page here with pictures that show people either on a macro scale or a microscope scale what these different organisms look like and how to differentiate between a harmful algae versus pollen floating on the lake, which people can get confused about. And then in the second half of the page here is how do I report a bloom? We're trying to get as many eyes out there as possible to let us know when something is happening. So we're encouraging people to, first of all, use the freshwater harmful algal bloom incident report form here, this form that you can see that people can fill out online and send in to us. We also have a hotline, both toll-free and regular numbers, as well as an email. People can let us know, and that information comes into the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. They then can work with the regional boards, get somebody out there to sample, see whether there really is a problem. Once it's verified, we start our trigger notification. And then finally on the portal, we have guidance and reference materials. So a quite extensive list. First of all, starting out with that guidance that came from CCHAB, their 2010 guidance, and then the updates to it, including the signage and the trigger levels and the decision tree. Going down the page, information from our own Division of Drinking Water and US EPA on drinking water impacts. From Department of Public Health, shellfish harvesting issues and biotoxins like domoic acid, and then information that people can use to help monitor. As you can see, we now have field forms that are available for people to use in recording what they see out there in the field. We also have a list of laboratory resources, which labs can do which analyses that are appropriate. Eventually we'll have, as Bev mentioned, standard operating procedures for both field and laboratory methods that will be posted here. And further down, the assessment and support strategy that SWAMP developed is posted here. And then our management has been working with the management of a lot of other agencies, Greg Gearhart being in a lead role in trying to get high-level coordination going among various agencies and departments around California government so that we make sure we can make use of each other's resources when these things occur. So there's some guidance material there on the incident response and interagency coordination. And then information about all the different presentations that have been made, including videos of the training that Bev and others have given at a number of places around the state. And then finally, we also have a page for CCHAB, for the work group of the Monitoring Council to help coordinate meetings and getting information out and so on. Back to Bev.
Okay, so we've done a lot in this past year, and we've got a lot more things planned for the upcoming off-season and 2017 as we go through that. Hopefully we can accomplish a lot of this before the next bloom season hits. I just want to go over a few of the things that we have planned coming up. I had made mention of the field standard operating procedures. We do have the final draft version of that, and we'll be working on finalizing that to get it out and posted on the portal so that it's accessible, easily accessible to people who need to sample. The standard operating procedures include information on event-based sampling. If you do have a bloom, where should you be taking the sample from? What kinds of samples are going to give you the best answers to the questions you need to ask? How do you sample to protect human health issues? Things like that. There are also sampling considerations for different types of blooms. We had initially thought that all we were going to see are blooms like you see in this picture here, lake blooms. And it's come up over this past couple of years that we also get a very different looking kind of bloom in river systems. So the standard operating procedures have encompassed that and included information about sampling those benthic blooms in river systems. We have information in there about monitoring in different types of water bodies where there are recurrent blooms. How often should you be sampling? Where in the water body should you be sampling to get the best picture of the situation that you have? And some information about data entry. Also in this document, there are health and safety protocols for field sampling, so we don't have people swimming through that to get a sample or something similar. Did you have something you wanted to say? No. Okay.
Yeah, nice showing the glove.
Yeah. We have several photos, similar photos with bare hands in the goo, and we've tried to remove those from our use. We've also received the laboratory SOPs, including a lab method hierarchy to help a lake manager determine what kinds of analyses would help them best answer the questions and deal with a particular situation that they have. There are a lot of different lab tests that can be done, and some give you answers that may not answer the question that you're asking about your water body. So this hierarchy can help determine which analyses to request. And their SOPs, simple 2-page SOPs for 4 different cyanotoxins for multiple laboratory methods so that we can start getting similar results from different labs, and we know that the data are comparable between those labs. We have a number of workshops and training opportunities planned for the winter off-season in early 2017, including a lessons learned workshop to determine what worked this season, what didn't, and how we can improve and streamline response to these events. So that'll be coming up probably in early December. There's a lake managers workshop that will be focused on management and mitigation of a bloom. There will be training for the various regional offices in the use of field equipment. We have quite a bit of field equipment that's been made available for use in the field, including field test strips and small hand monitors for detecting that pigment, phycocyanin, small field microscopes, but these things have gone out to some of the regions where people aren't familiar with them, so we'll be doing training to show how to do the samples and use this equipment. Central Valley region has already started planning a training session for late February, early March, and I believe North Coast is also planning one. So we'll be helping out with those. And we'll be doing continued outreach and presentations to groups that are expressing interest. We've already been contacted by the California Park Rangers and the California Boating Safety Officers requesting presentations at their annual conferences, since they are constantly in contact with these water bodies and would like to know what they're looking at and how they can help.
We're also working with US EPA Region 9. They've requested to hold their Pacific Southwest States HABs workshop here in this building in early April. So we're working with their staff to try and set that up.
We'll also continue to upgrade some of our tools, like improving the communication matrix and protocols to streamline event responses, improving data collection and data management programs, and improving data sharing through the freshwater freshwater harmful algal bloom portal. This map that John went over a couple of minutes ago has gone through a series of evolutionary steps even since it was put up earlier. It was, I guess, about a month ago, and it's gone through several iterations already to come to the point that it's at. So we've got some other ideas to improve these communication tools that are available. And Board Member Moore kind of stole my thunder on this, so thank you. We will be posting historic remote sensing satellite imagery data very soon. We have a 10-year time period of satellite data for those larger lakes, and we're going to be getting a status and trends report on that in the next month or so. So we'll be able to post some of those. That'll start giving us an idea where blooms have been occurring in the past and places where we might want to keep our eye open and let water body managers know that, hey, regularly the satellite is showing that you get something every year. So those will be available soon. We are waiting for the current satellite data. The satellite that we were dependent on launched several months late, and we haven't yet received the updated data, but we will be getting that, I think, late this year, early next year, and we'll be able to start using that as that early warning system for those larger lakes. And as I mentioned earlier, we are working with some researchers to develop the algorithms to use those higher resolution satellite imaging systems so that we can start doing this also for smaller water bodies and potentially even rivers, the larger rivers where there are blooms. So there's a lot of things that are coming up this year. Some of these are a little later than this year, but things to be looking forward to in the future. A lot's been done in this past year to help with these harmful algal bloom responses. There's still a lot to be accomplished as we continue seeing these blooms and toxins in our lakes and rivers. We're not expecting this to go away anytime soon, so we're trying to make sure that we're ready for the next upcoming years. And I think that's it.
Please go ahead. You may ask or answer.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting how this has exploded on the scene, and yet when we just saw a 2011 satellite photo, there's evidence that this has been going on. But it's interesting. What I learned attending your workshop was about how the health thresholds that are being established are fairly fresh. Recreational levels by OEHA just in the last few years. Because of Toledo's problems in Lake Erie, the US EPA has come up now with drinking water targets.
And they're working on ambient water quality criteria too, coming out fairly soon.
So, so this is an emerging issue, and yet there is some evidence that it's been hovering beneath the surface because of what Chair Marcus said about our capability to detect. But some folks think it is also being detected more globally as well, and there might be a global temperature or carbon dioxide signal at work as well as our own, diversions and discharges that we're managing.
Well, we're also looking at effects from drought and climate change because the things that seem to be factoring into these blooms are lower water flows, stagnant water, higher water temperatures, and the presence of high levels of nutrients, whether it be nitrogen or phosphorus or combination thereof. What's happened in Florida recently is obviously tied very much to nutrients and temperature. Some other areas, we're really trying to figure out what triggers in which water bodies are responsible. So getting a plan for each water body where these things tend to occur is really what we're looking to do.
Yes, and I noted you're coming up with suggested monitoring protocols for this, SOPs and that sort of thing. Have you looked at the utility of not just doing algal analyses and other indicators, but maybe going further and doing nutrient analyses and even looking at seasonality of flow and that sort of thing? When you recommend, is there a diagnostic type protocol that you could eventually work toward?
Those things actually are called out in the strategy. We think that those are very important things to start looking at is what are some triggers that would tell us when we should start looking for some of these issues to be coming up in different water bodies. So yes, it's recognized that nutrient levels could be a trigger, and if we start looking at them, we might see correlations. And likewise with flow, we know when we had these low flows in the rivers, we started seeing blooms in the backwaters and the eddies of some of these larger rivers. So those are things that we'd like to see added to monitoring programs if they could be done that way.
We also hope that through, for example, the nutrient policy that's being developed and through TMDLs that are for individual water bodies that will glean more information about what are the triggers. We currently don't have a consistent process for listing a water body as impaired for these cyanotoxins and harmful algal blooms. Some regions focus on nutrients only as the triggers. Others actually focus on the toxins themselves. So we're still trying to get ourselves all on one page here and figure, but I think there are mechanisms in place that will help us to start sorting this out.
This year, the emergency response has emerged as a real important function, and it's not necessarily a water board standard operating function. If we take the example of bacteria, for instance, which is, there's an analog here, but it's not quite as emergency in nature, it seems. It's just, I mean, you can post beaches and you have your network out there, but there are indicators. Here, this seems to flash up and then subside more, maybe.
Well, in the case of the bacterial indicators, the fecal bacterial indicators that we're using on our coastal beaches, those are indicators of a problem, not direct measurement of the problem. Whereas with harmful algal blooms, we're actually measuring the critters involved and or the toxins they produce. So it is a little more direct, but I think there is an analogy here because what we're trying to do is reduce exposure. In order that, we really don't have our arms around how to prevent the problem from occurring. We're at the stage of, okay, let's get people not to experience the problem as we work towards solutions.
And in that vein, do you think we can grow in the next year or so to use more of the human infrastructure we have in place for the bacteria response to address the harmful algal bloom issue?
The issue there is that the Beach Act applies to coastal beaches. It doesn't apply to our inland beaches. So even the bacterial indicator data that are being collected in our inland beaches, our freshwaters, aren't going through the same data discovery, posting, public notification that we see along our coastal beaches because the legislation does not cover that. But there, in talking amongst the agencies, there appears to be some authority to do some things. And I think as we develop more information and get a better handle on this, that we'll be able to trigger some of those systems.
That's great. This is great and inspiring and all of that, even though it's an icky thing to have to deal with. I just have a couple questions that may be even more amateur. So being able to identify where it comes from so that you can prevent it is important. And oddly enough, I've spent more time on this on the issues in the East when we had all the Pfiesteria and other outbreaks in the Chesapeake, Albemarle, all those sounds along there. And they were tied largely to pig farms and others because of the concentration of waste going into water bodies. And there's, been decades of work to try and deal with that's sort of their issue, big issue of concern. So I'm just curious as to what we've learned from that, or if it's just a totally different kind of a thing. I mean, this kind of a problem, different but similar, is something that's afflicted a lot of other water bodies in other parts of the country for a long time. And then my other question, which is really basic, is just there's the issue of trying to prevent it. And then I'm familiar with some of the things we do when we find it. There's the notice and notification, which is very important. There are I won't say celebrated, or notorious, but the issues of fights over algicide applications in certain contexts, like some of the climate issues and conflicts with some of the tribes around timing that has been talked about for a while, was talked about here at one of our last meetings. There's obviously trying to do flow standards in a historic drought with historic heat. It's not like you can just stir it up. So I'm just sort of curious as to what some of the, what are some of the mitigation tools that come into mind? So first is, what can we learn from the East, or is it totally different? And what are some of the mitigation things that we can do that I might not know about? And it can be at a really 64,000 foot level.
And it will have to be, because our understanding is really at an infancy here in California. This is something that, our first response is try and prevent exposure, and we're starting to get into, what factors.
Priority, sure.
Yeah, right. The priority is to block that risk.
Yeah, right.
But yes, there are analogous situations in the East. What's happened more recently in Florida seems to be attributed to an overabundance of septic tanks that are leaking, and leach fields that are not properly sited or constructed, or higher water than they were built for, those kinds of things. There are some parallels between marine and freshwater harmful algal blooms, but there are some differences as well. On the California coast, a lot of the marine blooms have to do with ocean upwelling of nutrients, which aren't necessarily triggered by the same kind of things as nutrient loads in our freshwaters. So there are some differences there. The Chesapeake might be more akin to our freshwater situation, because it's mainly influenced by all the tributaries coming in from, and the CAFOs and septic tanks and whatever else you might have coming into that mix. So we do have a lot to learn.
As far as the potential mitigations, there's a lot of things that are being done. There's a lot of research being done in this area. You mentioned algicides, which have been used in a lot of different areas, and there are some cautions that need to be taken with those. First of all, if you're using an algicide where people are going to be exposed to it, that's a number one precaution. But some things that have started showing up in some of our water bodies where algicides are being used, certain algicides actually have a form of phosphorus in them, which is providing a fertilizer. So exactly. So you kill one bloom of algae and another bloom now has a nutrient source to grow up from that. Not to mention, when you use an algicide, if your bloom was not releasing toxins, if there are toxins in the cells, that algicide typically works by destroying the cells, and suddenly you'll have a burst of toxin.
Remember this from some of the hearings we had on this. That's
So, yes. So there are some definite issues associated with using chemicals like that, but smaller water bodies are still getting the permits and using these things, and in some cases may not be aware of what the issues can be associated with this. We have seen in at least one of the East Bay parks, and I don't recall which one it was, they were testing some algicides and almost immediately got a bounce back bloom of a different species coming in after they killed off the first bloom. So they learned that lesson fairly quickly. Some of the mitigation measures that are now being used a little more frequently in smaller water bodies are systems that can keep the water moving, various kinds of bubblers, aerators, things like that. And that can help, but if you have a lake the size of Clear Lake, that's clearly not a mitigation measure that you can use very easily. So those things are all being worked with. There's a product and various products that will lock up phosphorus. There's one specifically called Phoslock that will take the phosphorus and lock it down and carry it down into the sediment so that it takes it out of the system, which again can be useful for certain kinds of cyanobacteria, but other ones need the nitrogen. So if you take out the phosphorus limited cyanobacteria, you can then start seeing blooms of the nitrogen limited cyanobacteria. And one of our worst ones is microcystis. and that's producing the really nasty microcystins. So, there's a lot of things going on with any of these mitigation measures, and hopefully with our management and mitigation workshop early next year, we'll get some of the newer research that's coming out in these areas and be able to give some better answers to these lake managers and work with them.
Another complexity in the mix is some of our cyanobacteria produce nitrogen. They can fix nitrogen from the air. So they sort of, self-propel.
On the mitigation side, I remember hearing at the workshop about harvesting of fish, particularly carp, in the Pinto Lake system. Does this ring a bell? I don't know if it really worked. It was a hypothesis that if they removed...
Carpageddon.
Yeah, they had the fishing derby to get rid of the carp. They called it Carpageddon.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, of course I do.
But, I mean, is that feasible? Is that a hypothesis that you're removing the risk to the otters or something by
Well,
getting rid of the
I
carp?
believe what they were doing is that they were removing the carp so the carp wasn't stirring up the sediment and putting phosphorus and nutrients back into the system, and also eating some of the competitive species so that the blooms had the whole lake to bloom into. So I think, if I recall correctly, that it was successful for a short period of time, but they're blooming quite nicely in Pinto Lake, and I actually had an email today saying, oh, it's blooming well right now. So it's a struggle. Some of these lakes are just going to keep seeing this stuff over and over.
That was my a question about the role of invasive plants in providing nutrients. Are you finding anything on that?
There have been several articles. I haven't delved really deeply into that, but definitely invasive plants are an issue. Another invasive that's causing issues in some areas, and I don't know that we've specifically seen it here, but quagga and zebra mussels will selectively spit the toxic cyanobacteria back out. So they will filter out stuff that's not toxic and spit out the guys that are nasty, so that those so yeah, that's another wonderful thing going on.
And then the other question that I had was on some of the larger water bodies. So this is going to show my ignorance, but some of the pictures you have here, it makes sense. There's not much flow. There's not much water, but Oroville and Shasta, I'm just sort of stumped by those situations. San Luis Reservoir goes down to 10%. That makes sense.
Right. The blooms that we saw in Oroville and Shasta were up some of the arms where the water is pretty shallow and warm. When I was actually involved with the sampling on Oroville, and the water temperatures were 25 degrees Celsius where we were taking the samples. So that's like right the sweet spot for cyanobacteria to be really happy and bloom wildly. So that's where we're seeing them, is up those arms. In Oroville, it was a very narrow canyon arm, so a lot of heat radiating off of the walls. It was really the perfect little cauldron for them to bloom in that situation. Once you got out of that arm, the canyon area of the arm, they dissipated and you didn't really see any blooming. It was just sort of the movement of the cyanobacteria down from that area. And similarly in Shasta, they're up in the arms.
And was that unique to this last year, or is this something that has been occurring over a period of years?
We don't know for sure how regularly or how often it may have occurred. I did speak with a colleague from DWR who said they have seen blooms in the middle arm of Lake Oroville in the past, but it's not a regular occurrence. I believe he said they've seen it maybe twice in the last 20 years, so it was fairly new, something that they don't track, but they are going to start tracking it now.
So, item number 8, board member reports.
I can start. Let's see, on September 28th, I spoke at the Groundwater Resources Association conference on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. They were focused on sustainability and changes in groundwater management going forward. And I was on a panel with Secretary Ross and Gary Bardini of DWR and Ellen Hannock of the PPIC. And it was a real privilege to be with those great folks, and it was a great discussion that we had. And on Friday, the 30th of September, I attended an event held by the Northern California World Trade Center and the Department of State called Diplomacy Begins Here. And it was there was a panel on water where Heather Cooley of the Pacific Institute, myself, Kirsten James of Ceres, who works with the Corporate Responsibility Connect the Drops campaign, as well as a gentleman from WaterSmart and from Imagine H2O, and talking about the California drought and the role of business in bringing attention and innovation in water management. But also there was a lot of interest in transboundary issues, and I want to thank executive officers from San Diego Board, Dave Gibson, Colorado River Board, Jose Angel, for briefing me in detail on the U.S.-Mexico treaty and all of the minutes of that treaty that have been useful in moving diplomacy forward between U.S. and Mexico. So I learned a ton. But there was a lot of wisdom that has come along in 30 years of work, and now a lot of progress being made. And there were folks there from Afghanistan that were listening intently as they are grappling with transboundary water management issues. And it was just very enriching to get their perspective on those issues as well. So yeah, it was very illuminating.
Well, I don't have much. So that tomorrow I will be going to the Wallace Weir project. And this is, I don't know much about it, but as I understand it, switching over from a temporary to a permanent weir in order to help improve fish passage for migrating salmon. So at the confluence of the Yola Bypass, and I'm not quite sure where, around Woodland somewhere. Yeah, take lots of pictures. Yeah. So I'll be doing that. And then I'll just mention that for the second or third year in a row, we had a group come in that met with Felicia, staff, myself, from NACWA and the NGOs to talk with us about the Pacific Flyway and all of the coordination that the water suppliers, the refuges, and the private clubs are doing to help coordinate on water supply at the right time, so that there's lots of food for the migratory birds, and they were very complimentary of the coordination with staff on lifting of curtailments.
Well, in addition to Waterface, I've done a few speaking things. It was nice, apropos of what Dee Dee just talked about, I got to go and do an event with Sustainable Conservation at the PPIC offices with Bryce Lundberg and Sandy Matsumoto from TNC and Jeff Mount from PPIC. And it was a pleasure to spend time in a room where not only was I on a panel of people who were focused on how people can work together across traditional divides, the whole audience were people that are kind of wonks for this kind of thing. And I just have to say, like every conversation I had from the moment I walked in to the reception to the moment I left were people who actually understood the challenge of grappling with the real complexity of water and focused on how we can, all the questions were, how can we solve this? What are the avenues? So it was a therapeutic evening for me that I really appreciated, coming on the heels of that really good meeting. I've done a couple of other things, but I don't know that they quite have the same relevance or resonance to anyone else. So yeah, it was good. All right, I believe that concludes our agenda, and we recess until our workshops tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention and hard work. It's a good board meeting. Thank you.